Welcome to Melbourne, where we have an exciting event for y'all today. The first major regional since Attack on Titan Apocalypse has released. We're going to be having 6 rounds of Swiss today with a cut to top 8 that will be played tomorrow. I am joined by Tam and Jesse. And what are y'all most excited to see tonight?
I mean, there's some unexpected characters. We'll get down there eventually, man. There's some interesting characters this weekend. I was really hoping somebody was going to take the Tasty Riff airship combo to this event, and looks like we're going to have to wait a little longer to see how good that is in a competitive environment. But we got some great action planned for the next 6 rounds this evening.
Well, I'm super excited. We got 39 incredible players coming out, and they get to test the waters with AOT 3. And I have been saying it all over the place. I think that this set will be the biggest shakeup, the biggest change up when it comes to the meta of UniVersus that the game has seen since, I believe, MHA 1. I think there's a lot of powerful stuff going to be happening, and I'm really, really excited for the OCE to get their first taste, their first dive in. And my number one pick, the thing that I want to see, is the staging areas, guys, have gotten too big, and the rumbling is upon us. Unyielding destruction is going to be all over the place, and I cannot wait to see what decks can either thrive off of low foundation counts and punish my rival, or just stop it from happening in the first place. I'm excited to see the innovation. David, how about you, buddy?
Yeah, Unyielding is one of those cards that just simplifies the game state quite a bit. I think it's actually quite good from a viewing perspective. I think a lot of times us as viewers, like, for example, the finals in Albuquerque just a couple weeks ago. Both players were at 20-something foundations, and I imagine that unless you're someone who plays the game constantly, it was probably pretty difficult to parse through the staging areas, even with the help of commentary. Unyielding just goes right back down to 4. And now these stages are pretty comprehensible. But there's a lot of other extremely powerful cards coming out in Attack on Titan Apocalypse. We've got some very strong new backups like 9 Titans. Everybody's attacks are going to be getting filled with doubt. We've got some powerful characters like Peak. I've been noticing that tonight we might have quite a bit of Peak here on stream and in the event. So there's a lot of new things, and that's quite a take that you said. The biggest shakeup since MHA 1. I was gonna say Godzilla or maybe Yu Yu Hakusho, thinking back on sets and products that really shook up the meta. But you're going all the way back to MHA 1, which is an insane take, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing quite yet.
With that said, Jesse, what are you thinking character-wise are going to be showing up? I know, David, you said Peak. Is there anybody from out of AOT 3 that you think is going to be there? I know that you're a big fan of one of the champ cards, Nick Reagan. Do you think Nick has the potential to show up in this event?
I mean,
who are you excited to see?
I mean, I'm a Nick Reagan enjoyer. I think the character has every symbol as I still don't know how I missed like some of the craziness that happened at Albuquerque, because I definitely missed the deck. I was like, oh, why not just play 7 attacks in a turn that just keep clearing each other in a loop?
Yeah.
Who didn't put that on my radar. But I was really hoping for there's a couple of characters in the set that are I want to see a new Armin. I want to see somebody like that character just abuses Outwit. And I have been, that's one of my testing decks, just kind of like, all right, let's see what this could do. And I'm like, let me tell you, when somebody plays one attack and you're like, oh, Outwit 3 times, and they're just like, oh, okay. They just like or you sneak down a 6 diff, like the big 6 diff foundation, and then I'll just unflip it. And now I just pick up a Titan attack every turn. It's so much fun.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is there are when I say that it's the biggest shakeup since MHA1, it feels like the power level ceiling, the spikes that a ton of decks can do are so incredibly massive. They like everything that you just described, Jesse, feels so colossally unfair that it can only come out of an Attack on Titan set. And so the fact that we get to have it in our hands and we get to see it here today, I'm really, really excited. David, people have been talking about backups. AOT 1 backups were fine. AOT 2 backups were a little better. AOT 3, I think backups are coming out in a huge way. Do you feel like backups and backup synergies are going to be relevant inside of the event?
I'm not sure about this event, but I do think that we have reached a turning point in backup strategies overall. And it's not necessarily even the backups themselves, it's the strategies built around backups. It's the characters like Annie, the characters like the latest edition of Zeke that we got. Flock is another one. And these powerful cards around backups like Falling Titans and Harness Undeath. I think it's more the package around backup strategies that is quite powerful, more so than the backups themselves. Although for this event, I think this is going to be the Wild West. This is only a couple weeks after Attack on Titan Apocalypse. So I am not expecting, we have some great players in this event. I know a lot of the players playing and have gotten to know, a good portion of our Australian friends and player base over the years, but I don't expect polished Apocalypse decks tonight. I think it's way too early. I think that's what makes this event to me really exciting, is we get to see people's first ideas. I think there's probably very few players that have gotten over 20 rounds of testing, for this event. It's very much we ripped the product and now we're putting the product into decks. So tonight, I have no idea what we're going to see. We could see some crazy strategies, or things could be relatively tame because it's early on in the format.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And to that sense, I know playing with the new shiny toys are very fun, Jesse. But it's very easy for us to go back and look at the old things. We just had Ghidorah and Rodan in the finals, and those characters did not go anywhere. In fact, they got more new shiny tools from this set. What are your thoughts on bringing back some of the classics?
I mean, I don't want to tell you, Godzilla is like ready to rumble once again. What did that character not need? More big attacks and check bonuses. Because like I was like, okay, he's a thing, and then we saw Albuquerque. I'm like, all right, there's some things here, but I'm like, man, if set 3 was legal at Albuquerque, I don't know. Godzilla might have just been stomping through that event for all we know.
Absolutely, but Godzilla not here today. In fact, we have two incredible players. We have Jake G on our left side of the screen on a beautiful Bakugo 4 Chrome. Incredible. It looks like it's even graded. And on the right, we've got Josh T on my favorite character of the set, my favorite character of the format, the character we didn't see at all in Albuquerque. Jesse, we have the Beast Titan. He's here. He's on the screen. I'm so excited for him. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Let's see here. Bakugo's got some cool new tricks, in my opinion. He's got Kiyomi. So we have a built-in clear. We have that is one of the backups I am most concerned about. Like, that is way too much value.
Concerned is a great way to put it. Kiyomi is incredibly strong.
Yeah. If you have the air symbol and you have one way to if you have a built-in clear effect, why are you not playing this character?
Makes sense. Makes total sense to me. Looks like Byakko. Looks like Bakugo is starting us off playing safe, because one of the best pieces inside of Bakugo's kit is that explosive rebuke. Love the fact that we are playing around that over on Jake's side. A solid build for as we pass it on over to Josh.
Yeah, the Beast Titan, like, I don't know. You have a character that's based around backups, and guess what? You got some really good backups. How about the sleeper? How about people thought this was the sleeper card And then I got to explain that the 9 Titans from throughout the ages is actually just insane. And if you're not playing this card, you playing a Titan attack, like why are you not playing this card?
Absolutely. Yeah.
The
Response on
defense
play
alone is
minus.
amazing.
Yeah, responsible -4 damage, or first enhanced commit, your Titan attack gets doubled its speed or double its damage, taking these massive 4-check 8 for 8s and making them 16 stats, whether they want it to or not. But not without its fair share of bad checks. And here, 5 hand size problems, 2 foundations, a singular backup. Yeah, we get the draw off of it, but man, having gone second as Josh, I'd be very nervous about Jake and Bakugo's offense, especially opening up a rabble rousing.
Yeah, this is the tried and true for the Bakugo deck. I want to be able to. It's like you're built in to want to clear this from the pool for the burn effect, and also it just has the built-in to do the minus to do the plus. Like you're just like, all right, I'm gonna do my penalty. I'll do my bonus, and I'll get +2 damage. Plus, it has a really strong deadlock. Like,
yes, it certainly does.
Yeah, no one's built, but I don't know. We'll see if we see deadlock this weekend. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, a new format, the aggro likes to live on. But we haven't even talked about kind of the reason that Bakugo might be so relevant inside of this this tournament as that explosive rebuke hits the table. Damage reduction is all over the place. And what better character to bring to the field than a character that gets a bonus every time that you try to reduce their damage? As you see with the rabble rousing, it says -1 to all of my moves, but because of Bakugo's response, it's now +3, so +2 to everything that I'm playing, including this explosive rebuke, clearing a ton of cards. The main defensive ideas that we have over on the Beast Titan side is -3 damage or -1 damage. I don't. If I was Josh, I'd be really nervous about what the rest of this turn looks like.
Yeah, having a penalty, like just a penalty damage reduction line against this might just be like, hey, everybody's on. I don't block. I just reduce damage, and it's all just -3. Like it's all little incremental amounts. Bakugo is a solid pick for a character to go in with this, and then there's just all these little pieces of support it's gained over the last few sets that why not get Bakugo in here?
Completely agree. Yeah, Bakugo on my short list of things to be testing out as I get to play them in the upcoming events. And Jake really leading the charge here, bringing back a classic, Vile Seizing. 3 high for 4, now 3 high for 6 due to that rabble rousing, and Bakugo together potentially draws some cards if B-Side can't check a 6, which with those foundations committed is going to be a very tall order to ask.
Mm-hmm. And once again, we're doing the same line here. We use the reboot to clear the first attack, and then we use Bakugo to get rid of to clear the second one. We're setting up like we are gonna punch here on 2, and then we gotta climb the hill for the last remaining damage.
Yeah, if you are just tuning in, it would look like Bakugo just started their turn, but in fact, this is the 3rd attack that has touched the card pool. 2 cards have been cleared. The question that has to be on Josh's mind is, I'm at now half health. I just hit desperation. Do you have more? And he says with an irate scowl, I am still going to continue.
Oh, get that auto. We're gonna start with +2. We're gonna scowl this for some more damage. I love it. We're gonna the best part is like this is gonna get 3 speed. Like this is the one that's really perfect for like you're just not blocking. All right, this is just coming in for 9. Like I like this line. Oh,
yeah,
we have to draw a card. Oh, we got another one.
Draw more cards. I mean, is this turn 2? Is this the turn 2 that we're looking for? Holy cow! You can't do this to my face. We just got B-Side on the screen, Jake. Don't kill him on turn 2. Let the people see what cool things he's got. But I think that this is a lethal looking line. We're gonna need some sort of miracle if we're going to make this happen. 0 low block from a syndicate target. And hope and pray, but it looks like not
pick it up
enough as we take it. Jake, with Bakugo explosively taking down this first game against Josh's Beast Titan. Jesse,
Yeah.
what happened, man? What do we, if you're a
so-
Josh fan, if you're a Beast Titan fan, what do you do to fix this?
Well, this is just one of those situations where the deck, like, this deck is designed like a lot of the Forda thing, the death aggro decks, where it's just like, if you have a system like all these cards interacting together, and you catch your opponent with their pants down, it's like, what do you got? Like, I'm gonna make you discard 2 cards. I'm gonna put you out to no cards almost, and I'm gonna get there. Like, I rate Scowl's just amazing. Like, you go Vile Season, draw a card, hits for max damage, and then dump the double Scowl for 9 each. It's like, that's gonna finish most people off.
And I want to say, I mean, this our entire opening, our entire preamble to this event, us getting on the mic, and we were so excited about all these, flashy new AOT 3 cards. Jesse, not a single AOT 3 card hit the table on Bakugo's side. Bakugo was doing that exact line for the past 2 formats easily, of rabble rousing into the largest explosion, 33 on turn 2 after building 4 foundations. If you had written this character off, go reevaluate. Go right now. It's Sleeve Up Bakugo 4. And just go run your locals with the amount of power, the explosiveness that he has access to his fingertips.
There's been very rarely do people think about this. This deck you could play Sweeping Daggers.
Certainly can.
Like, it's a Fury attack. It fits right into the pile, and you know what I like doing? Get rid of stuff from people's discard piles right now.
Totally agree. Yeah. Imagine stealing throws. Imagine stealing echo attacks. Imagine steal like the perfect embodiment of a thief card. Eat their tasty riffs. No more loops for you. Doesn't matter how many airships you got. Very, very, very cool piece. And a lot of speed for the amount of damage that Bakugo can toss on it. But I don't want to count Beast Titan out. Beast Titan, his entire idea is we got to get our feet underneath us. And Jake won the die roll for game 1. The build is a little bad on Josh's side. I think we get a good solid 4-5 build. I mean, hopefully that's the goal, right? With our incredible 4-check deck. And then we really stabilize on that turn 2 and say, hey, as soon as I get to turn 3, turn 4, you'll just never touch me again, because of the amount of advantage that the Beast Titan can generate. Anytime that a Titan enters or leaves his stage, he gets to redraw a card, effectively utilizing these awesome pink cards to the best of their ability. I think that if we have a decent turn 1, Jesse, that the Beast Titan game is going to go to turn 4, turn 5, and we're going to eke out a win against this Bakugo list. I believe that.
I could see that. I definitely could see in this matchup. We just need to get stuff. We just need to get something. We have to get a better build than -3 damage backup and foundations. Like, we need like one of our, like, you need a defensive piece to slow them down.
Totally. Completely agree. And one of my favorite pieces inside of the Beast Titan deck, probably not incredible inside of this matchup, but we've just seen double Death Rattle touch the table. My favorite foundation inside of the Beast Titan list, and the reason that I am such a massive fan of what this character does, not only now whenever I have my backups be destroyed, do I draw a card for Beast Titan because they leave, they now also ping for an additional +1 damage for each Death Rattle on the board. So for every time that Josh executes his game plan, which is have a Titan enter, have a Titan leave, it is draw 2 cards, bird my rival for 2. Again, if the game goes long, this is the inevitability that a 5-hander like Beast Titan is looking for to slow the game down and find that assured win.
Yeah, they stoop. Like, we really got a nice build out from both players here. Like, you're for 4 with Beast Titan being on a 4-hand size. The 4 build will take that. Looks like we got a Night's Rest on the board, so we have a little bit of speed reduction, and we can build out a couple of our backups, especially the ones that are they're kind of there to meet the counts. There's a good ones to commit to ready that back up. But then you look at Bakugo's side, we're pretty much ready to go to the races if we need to.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we have found 33 on less foundations, and it looks like blocking with a vile seizing to stop this Smiling Titan from connecting. But the goal of this Smiling Titan, Jesse, I don't think was to land. I think it was just to, add ourselves to our stage to utilize that really impactful form. Lose a stamina. You now have to target this. I need one more attack from you. And not only do we get to draw from it entering, we also get to draw from it leaving.
That's true. That is definitely the value here. I think we're gonna immediately activate. I think that's the right line.
Totally agree. Yeah, our player's playing a little fast. We brought down the Titan. We instantly attempted to play the form on it because that's just the play pattern you do. But we technically have to actively respond with Beast Titan when it enters the draw. It's a choice to draw the card. You're not forced. And so we were shortcutting a little bit. We had to rewind to make sure that we got that draw happen. When you're having so much fun with the Beast Titan, it's very easy to have all your moves moving a little too fast.
I just look at the top card of Bakugo's discard pile.
Yeah,
I haven't seen Aerial Recon played in a hot minute.
Yeah, I believe this card peaks at my rival's hand, and it also gets to re-ready itself. Am I correct?
Yes, because it plays off of them discarding a card, your opponent discarding a card. So if the rival discards, you can flip to look at their hand, or if they discard a card, you could respond ready.
That is pretty impactful. So overall, Bakugo's side, it's possible we could take and grow our stage even larger if we so need. Love that. Love the extension of our plays. But Vile Seizing, not a great block, not just a great block, also a great opener. 3 high for 4, potentially letting us draw some cards.
Also, with do you want to commit 2 foundations line of no? Well, this is going to take out we're going to try to take out this female Titan.
Correct. Yeah, the Smiling Titan is for certain going to die, which is double paying off of the Death Rattles, burning Bakugo down to 28, and then drawing an additional card off of the Beast Titan. Again, Smiling Titan did its job. It was there. It was a body to be exploded, and we continued to build.
Yeah, I think that's the right line here. Let's get this is going to be a little bit of a slower match, but there's one of my favorite new cards. If you are not playing 2 of this card in your main deck, I question your choices. Moment of Normalcy. A rare Infinity Foundation that places an attack back to printed speed or printed damage. I'm all for it.
Yeah, one of the big themes of Attack on Titan 3 Apocalypse was a lot of power inside of the infinity symbol, which I'm sure we're going to be seeing a ton of those cards coming out today. The Moment of Normalcy, just the tip of the iceberg, but one of the most powerful cards inside of the Beast Titan deck hitting the table now. It's got the man's face on it. The Beast Titan attacks. 6 mid for 8. I can choose to sacrifice a backup to give it a throw, unless we are doubting ourselves. Jesse, talk to me about this one.
This is one of the other amazing infinity symbol cards that has been gained from, everybody talks about the power level of just the attacks and stuff, but these infinity symbol cards that have been gained, this one just seals an attack. Just response seal. Anybody can play these. I have been trying to figure out what the average number of this card should be, and it's really interesting. It's one of those cards I'm going to find a spot for 2, and maybe we go to 3 if I'm playing a 7 hentai character. I need more protection. But Bakugo gets to clear it, which is awesome.
Certainly does. Yeah, the perk of this character, the clear happens on both sides. But if played on his side, you don't get the extra bonus of my rival discards a card. But that's all we needed. One of the detriments for this card is the fact that it does stick around in the card pool, and Bakugo just fully gets rid of that idea. I will seal your most powerful attack and clear myself like nothing happened. And this is huge. This is a very, very high impact play because, man, we'd have absolutely loved to have had this face up Beast Titan attacks inside of our stage, but because it's sealed, it even loses the shift keyword. We don't even get to shift it down. This is a face down foundation if we use Beast Titan's response.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah. And so we do not draw the card. We do not get to go find a ranged attack out of the discard pile. We do not get to give +2 damage, but we did gain a foundation. So I guess that's a fine for my, $40-$50 ultra rare. I guess that's an okay trade-off. I could turn it sideways for +1 of my check. Sure.
Yeah, the monkey, the big Beast Titan attack got in there, and what is? Well, we have an alt.
I believe that this is a I believe this is a Beast Titan's Rock Barrage.
Yes, there's a lot of attacks, and that's looking at the attack lineup. I think that's the only one I could conclude it would be.
We're definitely gonna get to see if it is because we're reaching for backups. This card, a ton of blitzes on it. Blitz, build in a non-unique backup from my discard pile. We chose 2 to 3 meter Titans, which is gonna allow us to draw a card off of Beast Titan. From there, if I have 2 backups, my rival commits to. Unluckily, Bakugo committed everything. But if you have 4 backups, you get to selectively commit 1. I like to call this one Beast Alley Haymaker because in Beast Titan, it's stun 2, draw a card, build a backup. It's very back alley shaped. It's very back alley shaped. 3 mid for 5.
I see it. This looks like we're just gonna eat this. This is the out of the attack lineup that could be happening. This is the one we're gonna eat.
Totally, yeah. 3 mid for 5. These 2 to 3 meter class Titans that give speed rather than damage. And I think their main job at this point is going to be turned sideways to re-ready that a night's rest as we continue to build out some cards. But I do really want to see some more foundations built out of the stage. But we are checking a 4 on a 5, opting to commit. The desperate struggle to build down. We valued the draw off of a Beast Titan as his Titan under orders into our stage.
Interesting choice there. I don't know. That foundation might be that could be a make or break in this matchup here.
Totally agree. We saw in game 1, Jake was totally okay to play some pretty impressive stun moves to commit down that stage. A singular stun 1 says that once again, Josh is wide open. He's in the hot seat, kind of taking everything that Jake's Bakugo could possibly throw at him. But we'll just have to see. Hey, 6 hand size problems can happen. Did we draw enough? And opening with a Luna Tierras does not bode well for what Jake and Bakugo have going on. Opening with the 6 diff, we're supposed to play this way later. We're supposed to clear a bunch of cards, make this cheap.
Yeah, this is that's not usually we're seeing a lead attack for it, but it looks like we're gonna fire off a latent skill here. This might have been this might be our only attack situation.
Totally feel that way. Discard 2, redraw 2 with a latent skill, digging in a little deeper into our deck, trying to figure out, hey, what do I do about this? The thing is as we are continuing to play, we use Titans under orders for -3 damage, Jesse, to this 7 damage throw, and Bakugo does not care. All right, respond after your attack gets a damage penalty, give it +3 damage. So we basically are just committing these Titans under orders to just have them lose 3 stamina.
Yep. We're gonna take 1 from this. That's about it.
Oh, we're taking the full 7. Remember, we -3 damage from the Titans under orders. Bakugo says after it gets the minus damage, you just give it the 3 back. So -3 +3, this thing's back to 7. We did it twice. We still have to block this 4 mid for 7.
I keep forgetting the math on that. I was like, I keep forgetting it's if you minus it's +3, so it just breaks even. It just breaks even.
It breaks even, and it breaks a block 4 mid for 7 as the block fails. And it looks like we did it. We found a rabble rousing. I'm sure we'd have loved to have opened this one. But 3 high for 7 coming here. Again, saying the rest of our turn is also nice and cheap.
We're gonna
what a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna flip the skilled swordsman here for +2 speed. We're trying to get this push through at this point.
I mean, it makes sense. I don't want to waste one of my precious rabble rousings on a potential block. So 5 high for 7. The question is if I utilize the Bakugo clear once per turn on this Luna, it means that I potentially lose out on the extra burn damage I could have from the rabble rousing a little bit later. But it looks like Jake is saying that it is absolutely worth it. Clear that potential difficulty and then continue on with my turn.
Let's see what we can do. We have lines here that we gotta make some decisions on. And
it does look that way. Opting to discard the syndicate target, a 0 low block, would be really impactful if Bakugo decides to, toss out double irate scowl like we did in game 1. That 0 low block would be really, really impactful. But Josh saying, hey, we don't need that. In fact, I drew so many cards, I probably have another one. There's more to be blocked.
Here we go.
But it looks like
we're gonna build out. We're gonna get Kiyomi on the board.
Tell me about that one. You were talking about it at the very start of the match.
All right, so let me bring up the exact wording on this card. This card has a lot of words.
It certainly does. A lot of very good words.
Yes. So this has respond after you clear one or more cards from during the combat phase. Draw 1 card or ready 1 foundation that has not been readied. If this is the second time or greater you have played this ability this turn, commit it. I like the idea of defensive readies or drawing of cards using my clear effect from Bakugo. And then if you get the discard, if you get the clears the double clear, like say you go attack and reboot, you're going to get 2 activations off of this, and you're going to draw more cards. You're going to re-ready up your board to clear yourself through this. That's great.
Yeah, when you think about how scary 6 hand size Bakugo is, I can't imagine how scary 8 hand size Bakugo is with the help of Kiyomi here. But it looks like Beast Titan is slinging another incredible Obsidian. So incredible. I don't actually know which one this was. It does not look like we built it a card out of our discard pile. And so we'll just have to wait and see.
It's a 7.
It's potentially.
I think it's the Warhammer Titan.
Warhammer Titan attacks. Love that. Which does mean that whenever we committed the deadly research respawn after I make a check to play a shift card, it gets +2. Makes sense. That's why we only committed the 1 foundation after checking our 5. And because of this, we can then, after this attack resolves, we can respond and sacrifice it if we so wanted to, and build it down. Or we're going to use Beast Titan's response as well, I guess. Not nearly as flashy, though.
Yeah. But this is still like this attack can do some damage. I'm not surprised by it ever. Like when that shifts down, it just starts putting stats together that help you just finish people off, in my opinion.
Yeah, opens as a 6 mid for 7, stun 1, shifts down. Wow, man, I gotta say, I love the Obsidian secret rares, specifically because they're all shift cards. The backside of them are all so good. They're so good. I love the gray scale and how gray it is. It's really, really beautiful.
I completely agree. They did a good job on selecting the arts for the alt for the alt.
Yeah, but now we've got +1/+1 on every single move, like you were saying, and so as I play Sean, I guess we'll wait. We're hoping to draw something off this Warhammer Titan attacks, but not happening. But again, hey, our goal here is to drag out the game as long as we possibly can. Tossing in a couple more Titans, redrawing a card from this. Don't get the draw off of the Sean, but important note: Beast Titan, now a mage.
Yep.
So, you know,
Casting spells.
in case anybody thought, we do have a magic monkey on the board.
Now let's see. This is the turn where, yep, we got the Rabble Rousing start. There we go.
Yeah, incredible opener again from Bakugo, +2 damage essentially for every single move. And again, one of the best things that Beast Titan can do to defend himself is minus damage, and it just can't happen against this character. Every time you minus damage, it is +3 damage after that minus. I will note, does not work against Desperate Struggle. Desperate Struggle is not a damage penalty. It is a damage reset. Penalty exclusively works off of, is it a minus number to it? But I would like to say, Josh, incredible heads up play here. Just you remember all the way back last turn, we committed for the -3 damage on those Lunatieras, but did not get to actually trigger for the minus damage. It was a ploy. It was setting up to make sure that I could then attempt to, quote unquote, air quotes, minus damage these moves. I can sacrifice these Titans under orders, draw a bonus card off of Beast Titan, burn for 2. We just drew 2, burned 4 on Bakugo's turn. Wowzers. So much to fight the discard that Bakugo has.
Yeah, people wonder why they chose Death Rattle as a promo. And I was like, well, they want to make him look cool.
Yeah. Totally. Those incredible soul leveling promos that you can get on the reward shop. I don't think right now.
When they're on rotation. When they're available.
But it looks like we've got a deadly research coming in, I believe, covering up this entire block. But sweeping daggers. Oh, what a scary move you're talking about earlier. What do you think is the best thing that we could possibly be thieving out of this at Beast Titan deck?
All right, we gotta take a look. We're gonna go peek here. I gotta look here because I wonder what is our best line here.
I mean, there is a world where we could take and grab female Titan attacks, you know, to re-ready a backup. It'd be very cool if that kill me was committed, re-ready a backup and then redraw, or even using things like Duplicitous Recollection to just replace one kill me for another. Get a little extra stun there. But I think that it's just the female Titan just to get that extra draw. Turn this move into what they say as a cantrip, and then replace itself, and then continue on our merry way.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision at this point. Like we're the, you know, aggro death deck. We're trying to draw as many cards as possible. Oh, we're burning as well. Yep, that's the right play. We're trying to hope our lines here.
You know, the name of the game here is my rival's life total has to get to 0. And you know, Beast Titan's already kind of showing us up as Bakugo. We're supposed to be burning them, right? We're supposed to be taking and clearing out this rabble in order to -2, a little extra burn on it. But even so, Beast Titan's done more burn damage to Bakugo than Bakugo has done to Beast.
Yeah, but I think we're hoping for. I think it's more of like when we activate the Bakugo clear. Do we need to draw more cards? Are we in that situation, or do we get to, or do we just ready up foundation, get these foundations ready back up?
I think if I was in Josh's position, if I watched Jake re-ready foundations, I would be so terrified of what else is to come. But it looks like Jake opts to go for the draw. Big sigh of relief if you're a Beast Titan fan. That means he's digging. He doesn't quite have all the gas that he possibly could need.
Yeah. Let's see.
Now that we
got
resolving
the discard.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're resolving the discard right now, so we're coming in. We're trying to. I almost want it. Yeah, we have some momentum built up too. Like trying to think what our line is. I think we just might be able to put. Like this might be a situation where we just can push.
Yeah, I mean that is a big question, right? Like we do have more minus speed to be accomplished with the a night's rest. We've got the if things get very dangerous, we've got that desperate struggle. And we do have a very healthy stage over on Beast Titan side. Yeah, we've got a card in the card pool. We've got +2 to our check with Sean. Like, this Beast Titan is not nearly in the defenseless position we were in game 1, and I'm certain that Jake as Bakugo is realizing that and says, if I push further, how much will I actually get accomplished? How much will actually happen?
Yeah, looks like we're gonna -2 speed here, and we're gonna normal C to put it back to printed speed. I like that we're pushing resources down. I like that's a great move here, especially if we're trying to win on this turn.
Yeah, I love this. Stops the -2 speed. So essentially, we're trading a 1-for-1 foundation to make us commit even more. But the question is blocking with this Titans under orders? Yes, it will be a full block, but how much of our stage are we willing to give up for it?
Yeah, because we're blocking on that's a +2, right? With the Titan under order.
Yeah, 2 mid block. And from here, we've got ambush thrust coming in. The reason we're picking at that momentum is we get to rebuy it back. Hey, what's better than a random draw? Selectively add a move that I know has already hit this game. It's a move that I've gotten through. Let's just pick that one right back up.
Yeah. And now I think we're in the middle of we're posturing. Like, this is a good posturing attack in the middle of the string to do some to see how they play this out. We're needing to decide, if, like, is this the one we take in the string? I think that's what we're deciding on at this point.
Well, the question is can we even block this, right? Like
Yeah.
if I do block this, what else could be happening?
That is true. I want to actually check a wording.
Like explosive rebuke easily could be coming in and become a powerful 3, and then continue. Like Bakugo stage is incredibly healthy. There's so much more that we could be doing. But it looks like another block coming in. This one, a partial block, as double check. Rank of Titans comes in with a 2 low block. Checking a 5. What are we willing to pay for it? Looks like we continue.
We're gonna just stay with that. Hope the struggles stay up.
The struggle does stay up, but it lands another rabble rousing coming in. Wowzers! What an incredible find.
Yeah, that is not what we want to look. That's 9 damage. That's the one where, like, okay, this is one of those situations where I would be like, okay, I will apply first the float. I will apply the float. Any response to my bonus. And then because sometimes I would, if I got the first one in on this, I would do the minus again, and there's there's a lie. If I have another attack, like, I'd be trying to bait this. I was trying to find a way to bait it.
I think that is fair. I think that's fair.
But it looks like we got this to what? Okay, wait a minute. So did we respond to the second instance or the first then?
So I believe what has happened is our players think that the flip for put it back to printed is a minus damage, but it's not how the card works. Bakugo exclusively works off of the card has to have minus, but it might not end up mattering because we do have an irate scowl.
Yeah, I think the scowl is gonna finish it. Like even the different, like the scowl will meet the numbers. Because with 2, you have double activations of Bakugo off the 2 floating rabble rousings plus this enhance. I think we're there. I think that's the number we got. We're gonna meet the magic number here.
Yeah, I think that is it. With the irate scowl getting +4 to our difficulty, or excuse me, +4 damage because of the double rabble.
I think this is game. Yeah, we're gonna go +3 speed and then another 2 damage.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, this is a 10 damage, 11 damage move for this Irate Scowl.
Yep.
Absolutely massive stats being put on this. No matter the 3 extra health that Beast Titan was supposed to have inside this game, I believe that is feeling like checkmate for all of the Beast Titan fans out there, myself included. In the handshake comes across.
Whew.
Incredible. Congratulations to Jake G. Well fought for Josh T. So much more tournament left to be played for the fans of the Beast Titan out there. Josh, I'm counting on you. You're my dark horse, buddy. You got to take it home. You're allowed to lose this one on stream, but I need you to bring it back. But again, congratulations to Jake. Really showing off the power of these Attack on Titan backups, drawing in that extra stats. But truly, just showing the power of Bakugo 4 and the fact that this guy's never even left. He's never even left. How cool.
One of those jet burn characters that just like still just gets a little like I thought when they did the errata to the Midnight Foundation, I thought like, oh, he's gonna go back down to the side. Nope. We're just gonna keep coming back in harder.
Ooh. Yeah, man, very, very cool. Again, we are seeing the power of Attack on Titan already, even in the small ripples of these old beloved characters. But there is so much more tournament to be played, Jesse. I cannot wait.
Yeah, we got plenty of time left on the clock here. I expect David Toombs and I are going to find something really interesting for the next round. Like I said, we got 6 rounds of play today. But I the one good thing, here's the one thing in my head here compared to that last round. Obviously, a misrepresentation of the interactions with Desperate Struggle did occur, but the map was still there. It's not like we're like, oh, he messed up. Like the math was completely wrong and it wouldn't that 3 damage. Like, luckily it didn't matter in the end. But still, players should learn how their cards work. Interactions are important.
Complexity of our card game is its beauty. The difference between a reduction and a penalty, the line is very small. It's tough. I totally get it, Jesse. Totally. But with that, as we said, there is so much more game to be played. We're going to take a very small break, a small recess, but we will be back with round 2. Don't go anywhere.
welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for round number 2 of the Melbourne Regional. We got something old and something new in this round. What we got going on here, David?
Yeah, we have Peak, a character that I think everyone has been excited for and expected to be strong. We have a very high representation of Peak actually in this tournament. But we're going against Hanj, and we're going against the first version of Hanj from Battle for Humanity. And this character got a massive upgrade this set with the 9 Titans, the 4 difficulty backup, first enhance. You can lose 3 stamina and double the attack speed or damage, which when you're throwing this on Titan attacks that are already high speed or damage, that can be like +7, +8 speed, +7, +8, +9 damage. The stats get really silly really fast, and your opponent's not allowed to attack it because it's 4 difficulty.
Yeah, the Hanzo getting to protect these titans, especially at this one that's so powerful. Like, this is not one you better have some backup somewhere. Like, I'm getting closer to the point where it's like, usually we can ignore backups. We pick and choose, where I'm like, maybe it's time to just start playing cards that say destroy a backup. Because they're getting a little good.
Nape Strike might be real. The Battle for Humanity action that says, form destroy 1, or like Violent Animus Shot, secret rare from Critical Role, already has been seeing a good amount of play, but I feel like it's been seeing play for that it's just nice stats, breaker 1, and sometimes removes a card from the rival's hand. But now I feel like it might start seeing play for the removing a backup ability, because you can just, you can't target the backup, but you can still target it with these other backup hate cards.
Yeah. Like, I'm ready to start playing Devastating Loss at this point. I don't like backups. I don't like these assets. I just want to get them off the board at this time.
Yeah, and Hanj also got a lot of other abilities too. We got like Falling Titans, the destroy a backup after this resolves, add it back to your hand, so we can play those kind of loops. Political Strife, damage for backups. It has breaker 2. There's a lot that this deck got. We already saw one built, the new 2 difficulty Hanj Foundation, where it gets plus or minus speed depending on the backups that you have in stage. So already this is plus or minus 3 speed because it's backups plus or minus 1. And a good build on the Peak side. Peak is constantly manipulating her stage. She's going to be building in face downs. You can then use cards like Falling Heel Strike to unflip them, cards like Signal Shot to add face downs to your hand. Weapon Clash can build us face downs to be blowing up for speed or damage. We're seeing like I'm With You and Loss of Consciousness. Both of these have discard pile effects when they're blown up. So we're taking full advantage of this character here. A build 5, very solid start for Pete.
Yeah, we're gonna. I think it's. I'm happy that they found a design point with a character within AOT that matches the, like, hey, I'm gonna flip back and forth. Like, we had the one Midoriya that could do that if we wanted to, but this is like, you're slipping. I've seen this character. I've seen play testing of this character, and I'm like, wow, they are just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I think it's pretty cool.
And we already see the double coming in here. So we know this is the first attack of the game, and it's a 7 high 16.
That's the Titan pile?
Yes, that is what it looks like.
Just a normal, normal attack. Nothing special going on here. Just an attack.
Yeah, and this is where the timing gets weird, because 9 Titans is a first enhance, which means that it's supposed to, you can't make your attacks crazy damage before you add this on. It's the making it a first enhance is supposed to gate it from those type of abilities. But Blitz happens before the first enhance. So Titan pile, this is getting +2 damage for each Titan backup in your stage. And then we can use the double from the 9 Titans to make this, like, 16 right now feels like a lot, but it could be later on in the game. This could be much, much, much higher.
Yeah, and look at this. We're needing to activate all of these all these abilities right now just to reduce
Mhm.
speed, and then we just like, yep, reduce speed. We flip back over again. Here we go.
Yep, and
Like,
yeah, and here comes the commit to build one. So we kind of refund the cost of the minus speed. 4 high, very, very blockable. It's only going to be a half block. Checking a 3 on it, and a half block against this. We took it. It was 16. We peak first enhance made it 14, but we're taking 7 from this on a
yeah,
successful block. That very, very good start for Hanj here.
yeah, we only need to play really a few attacks here. We're like, we need to play like
Mhm.
one attack, put all our stats on it. I love the idea of this deck. I'm just like, what does it do? Well, all my stats go on one attack, and if you don't have enough penalties to it or resets, it's coming in for full damage.
Yeah, and one of the scary things with Nine Titans as well is that it's not unique. I swear it was meant to be unique, and they just accidentally sent it to the printers not saying unique, because this can be built off of Rock Titan Barrage, the Beast Titan secret rare.
Yeah,
And so there was a game I was playing in testing about a week ago where by the end of turn 2, I had like 3 Nine Titans on stage.
that's not good. I just like the idea of like I get to play all of these low tier Titan backups, and you can't come after them.
Mhm.
I love this. But
Yeah, dual needle plunge.
let's see what we can do here. I want to see the death shenanigans happen. That's what I'm hoping for.
Something that I'm already pretty impressed by the peak player is you'll notice they opted not to press the first enhance button. I think a lot of peaks just get so used to pressing buttons because you can, and it says first enhance, so you think you have to, but you don't have to. You can opt to build, not blow up anything. We know that this is going to be blocked. It's getting blocked. It's a half block, but it's a breaker 2 block. But I kind of think that Peak wasn't really going to aggress after this anyway. They just wanted their foundation, get some guaranteed momentum, and then build out their stage from here. But they're going to get some damage through.
Ooh, and they got the commit with with artillery.
Oh, never mind. They've got a handful of attacks.
Yeah.
double battle aura and a trigrab. Yeah, that breaker 2 might end up very much mattering this turn.
Yeah. Like if one bad check here, like we got a 3. We have looks like we got a Thunder Spear Barrage.
That's a really cool one to get around the breaker. And we now
Yeah.
have the momentum to echo it. Peak is adding on serious stats to every single attack. I think I'm a little surprised we went for the battle aura over the thunder spear, but we can flip that. I'm with you. Get a draw off. It is going to be getting 4 damage. Hanj is in some real danger
Yep.
here. This is going to very easily be a 10 damage. If we pop the I'm with you, a 12 damage battle aura release.
Yeah, you have to find a way to survive this.
Yeah, and Pete can pretty quickly make everything unblockable.
It's pretty much you're unblockable equal to your foundations. Like, can you, because you're doing 2 foundations per shot here. But with these battle wars, you're like, all right, I'll flip this for a draw. I'll do this for a damage. I'll activate this for like you're at 11. We haven't even like this is still blockable. So we have to decide to give it +3 speed here. And we're gonna flip back over.
Yeah, we're all the way up to 13 damage. This is going to be over a third of Hanj's life.
Yeah. Go to 15. just chunk. And I think we're just gonna go again.
Another battle aura is going to be another 11 damage. That means battle aura plus 1 more attack is just lethal.
Coming on a 5 here.
A 4 check. We don't care. We were blowing up something anyway.
Yeah. It's pretty much, are we going to get the speed? Do we blow this up? So I'm just doing the math of, was it worth it more to keep the face up, like to not flip, during the last cycle back to flip back to front side. Plus, maybe you want the
Right.
speed more than I think in deck just need the speed more than anything. Especially after the
Well,
first attack hit, we just need speed.
he has to put the speed on now because that manipulations just grabbed a one high block
Yeah.
for the Hanj player. So we have to basically blow up one of our ready foundations. And now if we check a 3 on our last attack and fail it, we're in a really, really bad spot because I don't think the Thunder Spear Barrage. It's hard to tell if we have one foundation or two foundations when they're face down like that.
I think we have 2.
Okay, if we have 2, then we're safe because Thunder Spear's the 3 diff.
Yeah, we don't have to try to go. Yeah, we could play. We play one on a. Yeah, we don't want to. We don't have to play the try of gravity beam here. We don't need to process. We can just play the 3 death. Is it good? Put damage to lethal and then blow up for 3 speed. Yeah, we
Right.
reset the speed.
We don't get the damage though. We did not flip over to the front side.
Yeah.
So this is only going to be a 2 damage move. We have to make this lethal. Anti-Titan artillery gets at 3, but we also know he has the 1 high block in hand. We can echo this though and just check another. Oh, I think we're perfectly fine because we checked the 5 on it and we can echo it. Yeah, I think we're probably looking at a dead Hanj here.
Yeah, we're gonna go -3. We go reduce the speed plus 2 damage, follow up for 3 speed, and +1 with the artillery. We're be able to stretch here. We're just gonna make. We have to blow up our board.
Yeah,
I think it's the plane of the echo is the one. It's the risk because we have to go for the win, but is it enough?
Yeah, as long as.
Oh,
and here comes the 1 high block. We knew that this one was going to come, but he checks a 3 on it and fails.
Nope.
No, we're Hanj. We can commit a backup. So here comes the echo. This is why Dual Needle Lunge is in the deck. Check a 5 on it, and this should be handshakes.
Well,
there's a chance actually if Hanj checks a 6, right? Because we're going to have to take 2 speed off of this on a 3, 4, 5, 6. We know that there's another Beast Titan attacks. If Hanj checks a 6if she can block. Nope, there it is.
No, we got it. Now we just needed to. If we check not a 3 there, we have a chance still.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Pete. Yeah. Well, Pete could just speed up it. Yeah, because at that point we're going. This is our last attack. We might as well blow up our whole stage. But the combination of Dual Needle Lunge plus Thunder Spear Barrage really showing off its power in that one.
Yeah, that is definitely the one thing I've seen with Barrage has been you just set up a situation. I've seen it with so many different characters. It's just one of those deck cards that fits into so many different decks. And I've seen people do with it is it's just I like you set it up for like, all right, if I have this much reduction to this much bonus, and you just set up a line, it's like, all right, this is gonna do +50. It'll do. I just have to get to a certain amount of damage where it's like the auto block, and then your echo is, oh, you're out of blocks. Drop the speed to 0 and kill them. Because that's what I've done with this card. I love doing that. I'm like, oh, this is your last block and you're down to this. Okay, take all the speed off this. It's so much fun.
Yeah, Thunder Spear Barrage is so versatile. Really cool move happening here on the sideboard, by the way, for Peak is we've kind of realized that these attacks on Hanja's side, they're very insular and they're not just generically strong. So we're taking out our sweeping daggers and we're probably going to be putting in something like a Jaw Titan's Bite or we're seeing that in quite a few of these.
Bring in an extra dual needle.
Lists. Yeah, an extra dual needle, or we saw like the showdown get taken out because these moves are so fast. How much do you really want to be blocking on that +3 block mod? Yeah, and it looks like the Jaw Titans bites are coming in for Peak. So a cool decision there to recognize that these attacks are not the best for sweeping daggers right now. So I'm gonna transition out of them.
Perfectly good, strong decision to make. 'Cause I've seen people make that, like, they'll keep the sweeping daggers in when there's, like, the attacks are so minuscule. I'm like, this is not the deck for that card. Like, I think that's a
Mhm.
thing with about sweeping daggers. You think it's this all-ending powerful attack that just but sometimes when their attacks are very generic or are referencing cards you don't have, what all you're doing is removing an attack from the discard pile. And if they're not even interacting with the discard pile, what are we doing?
Right. I think it's still strong enough to be in the main board.
Oh,
And
yeah,
but
yeah,
I
right.
like having the option. I like having the option to side it out in certain matchups. Yeah, and Peak is just so scary on the she just plays really, really strong, honest universes. When she's not blocking, she can damage reduce. She can say -3 speed at any moment when she does want to block. I think there's a lot of skill expression there because you do have to be really good at managing your stage. When are you blowing up? When are you not? When are you just choosing to build with peak? Like we saw on that one turn where we didn't blow up a foundation just right away. We didn't want to be blowing up a ready foundation. We chose to just build and not put stats on that dual needle lunge. And we still killed that turn anyway, but we needed most of our foundations to do it. Um, there's a lot of buttons to be pressed, a lot of skill expression. Um, and it's just nice, strong, honest universes. And then over here on this Han side, we're doing some really I wouldn't say degenerate, but we're doing some crazy combos.
Yeah. We're just like trying to play these 7 diff attacks with a straight face. And just be like, well, I'm gonna double the damage. What do you got? And sometimes there's just decks that'll just see that situation. They're like, well, if he does that 2 turns in a row, I'm just dead. And that's it. It's like, yep,
Yeah.
it's just so easy.
And at any moment, if you don't have like a Filled with Doubt to seal, or you don't have like a Genkai's Guidance to remove something before it happens, Hanj can just hit you with the infinite Falling Titans loop.
Oh
Not
god.
infinite, but as many
How many
backups as you have, you can just
Yep.
keep playing it.
Yep. Here's another card I'm not I'm happy that there are people that we haven't seen like the all-in control build of that card yet. But all I say is I see it coming eventually. Where somebody's
Hit
just gonna
the
build.
2 diff backup.
Oh no, just the Falling Titan deck where you're just like, I'm just gonna sit here until I can play Falling Titan 12 times and eventually they kill you.
I think that's almost a reason that Sweeping Daggers has to stay. Even though I've always been like a big not a fan of how strong Sweeping Daggers is and the crazy variance that it gets, but it kind of keeps those 4 attack strategies in line
Oh
to
yeah.
some extent.
Oh yeah. Like you're playing if you're playing like Airship Tasty Riff, you gotta plan you can't be Airship Tasty Riff.
Right,
But
yeah, you have to have a plan B.
yes, never just go plan A. This is my whole deck. Good luck. We're gonna lead off here with the old haymaker.
Yeah, we're choosing to build off of peak. So even though we only built 4, it's really like we got a 5 build. It's another strength of this character is getting to build on your rival's turn if they choose to attack. Because if Hunch just chose to build, peak doesn't get that 5th foundation.
Yeah. So it looks like we activated outnumbered to pick up normalcy. I like it. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go get my normalcy. I think that this might be a good thing against you.
Mhm.
But yeah, we're just gonna build out here. This is a strong build. This is what we want.
Yeah, moment of normalcy would have gone a really long way in that game 1.
Yeah. David, I want to know what is your opinion of Frantic Rescue?
Oh, this is gonna get Ross mad at me. Sorry, my friend Ross. He loves Frantic Rescue, but I am maybe the world's #1 hater of Frantic Rescue. I think that I do not think it's deserving of a forecheck, and I think that most players can just play through it, the +1 difficulty, and they can still kill you. Um, I understand that like a lot of players are very high on it, so I'm very much in the minority with my take. But that's kind of my hot take. How about you?
Um, I so I was kind of thinking it was weak at first. I was like, okay, this is very mediocre. It's not going to do exactly what I'm hoping for. And then I started playing it with Falling Heel Strike. And when you get the idea is like you're using one early to slow them down, but when you get to respond with two of them, I love it. It's like you just sit there across your table. You're like, you don't have to do like I have ended turns with just two of those ready. And I'm like, I'm gonna take one attack. I'm gonna probably take your first attack and some amount of damage unblocked. Now try to finish me with +2 difficulty to all your attacks. And I think that's my enjoyment of the card.
Yeah, I put it kind of similar to Keiko's Aid in my opinion, where it definitely is a strong effect. Sometimes I think they get used incorrectly.
Mhm.
You know, they get flipped too quickly, and a rival was just going to build, or if they're into the late game, they're past the point of truly mattering. But you know, speaking of your Falling Heel Strike combo, we have a Falling Heel Strike on the other side of the table
Yeah.
with Peak, and I think this is really cool because Peak is building cards off the top of the deck, and then we could be unflipping some very, very powerful foundations.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of my favorite unflipped targets personally, and I'm not sure if it's in this Peak deck, is like military airship. Is have that get built down by Peak or Weapon Clash or Enormous Axe and then unflip it. Feels really, really good.
Oh, I bet. Like that's all like so I have found in my like hyper aggressive decks in my testing, if I have a way of building like a lot of the depth decks just have a way of building free face downs. If I'm playing Heel Strike, I will play one airship. Because there's just that situation, you'll get the airship, and it's just like to do that to somebody is the best play ever. You're looking at your face downs that you've built, you've got them randomly, and you're like, oh, I got this. And like you go play your first attack, and you're like, okay, then I'll play this, I'll unflip, and it's like, oh, there's an airship, pick up the first attack, and they're just like, oh no. and they're just like, what do I do about this? Because they think now they're wondering, are there more? Is the best question. Is like, are there more face down airships hiding?
Yeah, that's just something that this character gets to really, really leverage is using her stage to her advantage. She reminds me a lot of Overhaul, and Overhaul was meta dominant for close to a year, I want to say, but because he got to use his stage as a resource, as effectively a second hand. And Pete kind of reminds me of that if you're using cards like Falling Heel Strike, Signal Shot, and the like. And so here we saw Falling Heel Strike unflip Weapon Clash, and then we got to flip the Weapon Clash and build the face down. So basically, Falling Heel Strike said, build the top card of your deck committed, which we're very, very resource hungry as Peak. And this is probably the best foundation in every Peak deck. The Ambition of Irwin Smith. Once per turn, when we blow up a foundation, we get to draw a card, basically saying on your turn and your rival's turn, you're going to be drawing cards. And it's a selective committal whenever you're ready.
Ooh.
So that Keiko's Aid could go down before it ever gets a chance to be used.
Looks like we're just deciding we're gonna build a Zeeks, and then we're playing.
That's a 9 Titans.
Yeah, it's 9 Titans alt. I was like, which alt is that one again? But we got Box on the board now too. We're good. We're ready to go. We're ready to protect ourselves.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong defensive board for Hanj. A lot of disruption with the double Keikos. We have a reset with the Moment of Normalcy. The 9 Titans, while they also double one of your stats with the first enhance, I think it's also like -4 damage on
Yes.
defense if you lose stamina. So this is a very strong position. And if Peak's going to break down the wall, it's going to require blowing up a good chunk of their stage and going on strings. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see a build out here.
Yeah, I think we're just. I wouldn't be surprised either at this point, and we're just going to go into. Do we blink into deadlock? Is the question.
Mhm.
Like, that would be my first. That my first observation here would be like, okay, do we need to fear deadlock for some reason? I'd be checking the discard piles, doing the rounds, and if I don't see a deadlock threat immediately, I'd be like, okay, we're just going to keep building as deep as possible. Because eventually you want the turn where you're just going every attack, flip back and forth with Peak, and just fight and just keep keep being aggressive.
We did not have the third 9 Titans in our discard pile.
Darn.
I guess 2 is enough. I mean, I personally feel like the longer this game goes on, the better I'm kind of feeling about Hanj at the moment, because there's so much raw stats that she can give.
That's true. But the problem is, the longer this game goes, are we going to have time for a game 3? That's the one thing that worries me about this this giant long game against the aggro deck, where like if we let Pete go first in game 3 like 10 minutes to go, Pete could just win that game. We could see like numbers just could be produced.
Yeah, I think of Peak more as like a actually like best mid-range character we've had in a while. She can definitely kill you early, but Peak is also very, very comfortable in these long games where she has that -3 speed to be blocking, and she can also be playing a lot of disruption in her stage. What just worries me about this game with Peak going long is that I don't see a reset on the board right now. And with these massive stats, if there was like a moment of normalcy on Peak stage, maybe a couple other things like fashion icon or some other type resets, I might feel a little bit better. But -3 speed only goes so far when Hanj is saying +8 speed.
Yeah. Well, right now we got a fresh hitch on the board. So we have -4 damage, a -4 +4. We'll take those.
And that hitch is a very, very powerful backup, plus or minus damage for the number of backups in your stage, which now this is ±4. I wouldn't be surprised. Like we're not allowed to attack the 9 Titans, but we could definitely send an attack out and attack into hitch or one, the 3 difficulty backup and just get ourselves some momentum, because this momentum can be put for the powerful on Colossus SWAT. It could be put for the Echo on Thunder Spear Barrage, and we're still getting some value.
Okay, but they're noticing the spice in the discard pile. They're like, oh, you got that.
Yeah, unyielding destruction, definitely one to be aware of, hey, I treat my backups as foundations, so I'm in a much better position than you when we blow up to 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't seen a Filled with Doubt on Peak side. So that blitz effect is happening if it's thrown down.
Ooh, we building out the draws? Yeah. There's the line now where it's like, all right, now I see we brought the draws in because we need to build just trade out more these like foundations for attacks. So it's like, all right, we're trading up here. Everything's coming in for a lot.
Oh, and manipulations got a breaker 2 block for Hanj.
Yeah. You could just see the response there. Really you hit the breaker 2. Good job.
Yeah, because to crack this board, we're gonna have to go on a very deep string through double Keiko's aids. And I'm not sure we can go through double Keiko's aid and a breaker 2 block.
No.
We definitely have the attacks to do it. We can go Jaw, Trigrav into Battle Aura and the Thunder Spear. Oh, and we have the Ripper. So we have a very angry hand, but Hanj has such a good defensive
He's just like
stage.
there's just box plus. It's like every attack is like, all right, we're gonna start with -4. I think we're gonna decide, okay, we're gonna side with the artillery if we're gonna fire off artillery here. And I mean, the right thing to do here with
At
no momentum.
moment of normalcy is tempting, but you also have to string, and so yeah, you can do. In my mind, it's Keiko's or moment of normalcy.
Yeah. You know what would have made this a lot easier if we just played my favorite foundation from the new set. This wouldn't be a problem for Pete.
Which one's that?
Oh, I have a devastating loss. Like, where's your devastating losses? There'd be no problems here. Just be like, it takes care of the box, it takes care of the backups. Like, I love the altar for that card. I very much love the altar for devastating loss. Because the severed head is just amazing. Like, yep. Sits there and cuddle the head.
I feel like this is the power of unyielding destruction. Because Peak looked through Hanj's discard pile and realized, oh no, unyielding is here. So I am on a clock. I have to push through this wall before unyielding takes down my entire stage. And we have just drawn 3 cards off of double the spam foundation that draws when you sack plus ambition. And so I think we could see ambition get popped here to either take down moment of normalcy or the other Keiko's aid.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes we drew it out. We had another card. we're 2 for 2.
Yeah, this manipulation of Zeke Yeager is putting in so much work.
Yep. Also on high block when we needed it.
Yeah, Peak is getting absolutely put in a cage here.
The thing is, I at this point I want Hanj to just put everything on the board. I want to stress. I want to get rid of the anything that has, like, I just want them to start flipping. I want them to trigger things. I would be blocking giant attacks right here. Just be like, all right, I need you to block, and I want you to activate your abilities. I like activate the Keikos, activate, anything and everything here, please. For a 7 high 11, I want to bait.
Yeah, I think the Hanj player is saying, well, if we get through some of those defensive state pieces, the Peak player can say, okay, I didn't deal damage, but at least I took down some defensive resources. Mm-hmm. But Hanj is playing such good defense without using them that they're just there for future turns. That Beast Titan attacks is really funny with 9 Titans. 18 damage throw or something crazy. And then it can go and grab more copies of itself unless you attack into it. So it puts a lot of pressure on your rival to attack into it. And I think Peak's probably going to put on the brakes here. But yeah, we didn't go through any of the defensive resources.
Yep. We got our normalcy on the board now.
Yeah, it's going to do a lot of work for us.
So once again, I'm going to play the game of, here's another interesting card that's gotten a lot of conversation that now we've seen it checked. Driven by Retribution. Has anybody in your play group played with Byaku recently?
Joseph has, but I haven't played against him in a little while.
I have this Byaku list right now that just puts it just does this Byaku thing of putting everything to 1. But the ability on Driven by Retribution is going to be like, and we're going to remove that attack, and I'm going to drag your problem out. I'm going to drag my problem foundation or anything out. It's so much fun.
I did play against a Driven by Retribution deck with a peak, but the problem is that anti-Titan artillery goes off first. And so the Driven by Retribution player just never gets to use it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you just commit it down. But here we have the Falling Titans ultimate combo.
Yep.
Even if this is blocked, we can just pull this right back into our hand by sacking our committed backup. Because you're right, Hanj has a very strong defensive board, but Hanj can't afford to just sit back here. We need to get a win and then try and get another game win, and we're sitting at 25 minutes left in the round.
Now we're gonna start checking the threes. Gotta give it two. Boom.
Yeah.
Go again.
Comes.
I like that it goes back to the hand. It's not just like an auto replay. Like some of them are like a lot of the repeat attacks have always had a lot of the ones that they've always been the most concerned about have like a clause of it must be your next form or something like that. I think the idea like, oh, you just like, oh, this didn't go well, all right, I'll just put it back in my hand. It's not I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh, we just pulled a rock barrage. So you know what we could do here? We could sack one of these. Like in the future, we could sack a 9 Titans and then build back in 9 Titans.
Sure could. Like I could see a line here where we're like, all right, we hit for 3 damage. Yeah, we're gonna hit for 3 damage and just pressure here.
Yep, because now we can pull it back up. We can play it again. We can dump a 9 Titans into it, and the rock barrage will build back in the 9 Titans. I mean, this is going to be really hard for Peak to stop. This is where it's these types of lines that make Filled with Doubt being on the infinity symbol important. Because everybody needs a way to stop this.
I think I think right now is we have so many foundation, like we just need high blocks. That's all we really need right now. We need enough high blocks to survive the barrage here. We're like, all right, we just took 10.
Yeah, I think we could play this thing 4 or 5 times over and feel pretty comfortable, honestly. I mean, let's see if it comes down for time number 3 or if we're happy with getting some damage in.
I think we play the barrage to reset, to put one back in. Like just play the barrage with a straight face and just be like, all right, barrage, go get me another backup, and then just start playing him on 7s.
Yeah, let's see what he goes and picks. I'm a little surprised that we didn't play the Falling Titans, blow up a 9 Titans, and then build in. Or maybe there is just the third.
We got one in the discard pile. There's one
all
there.
Right.
We're ready.
There we go. Oh, and this is a stun 2 in effect. We don't get the selective committal. I think we need 4 backups for the selective committal. But it is a stun 2.
Yeah, we are pushing buttons for. Looks like we're just gonna send some damage on this.
Yeah, if I was Peak, if I don't have a solid answer to this, there's a chance I scoop, honestly, because this whole combo is going to take another 5 to 10 minutes. And I don't want to draw. We only have 6 rounds of Swiss here, and it's a cut to top 8. I want to win, not a draw.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get there's a chance like we could just check straight 3s, commit out, and now there's an opening. I guess you give it just a little bit longer, but it's just that this is going to take so much time off the clock.
Yep. All right. Oh, okay. We're just going to go big here.
Yeah, this is going to get plus 6 damage, and then we can double it. If we choose to double the damage and not the speed, I could also see us doing the speed. Is the moment of normalcy ready on Peak stage or no? It is still ready.
Mm-hmm. We committed one to pass the check.
Yeah, we're definitely going to bait out the moment of normalcy on this attack, I feel like.
See, I would just pass here. Like let's put the pressure on the opponent to make they have to normalcy for any before any like they there's no other real other line here.
I'm a tad surprised we didn't just keep playing Falling Titans. I feel like that was a little more guaranteed.
This is now you're eating clock to think about this, and that's like this is not the situation I want to be eating the clock. I want to be able to stay aggressive here. Like I agree with you. It's like there's a time when you just gotta start deciding, is it time to scoop? That is definitely a line here that should be happening.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, maybe 2-3 checks and you survive, and now the stage is kind of tapped down, and we know that we're sitting on a very another Titan pile. Nice. I mean, here comes the 3 check. So that's something, but we can pretty easily pass another one after this. Peak is down to 6. I don't see a world in which we get 2 blocks off. I think we can get 1 block. Because of moment of normalcy and then -3. But if Hanj somehow fumbles this, it's going to be a pretty swift 2-0 win for. I mean, it's going to be a pretty swift win.
Yeah, we're gonna pass turn with a box up, and the box is not gonna get us through this.
No, yeah, there's a Battle Aura, Thunder Spear, Jaw Titans, which is really like 3 Jaw Titans at this point.
Yeah, at this point, we're just, I'd say you normalcy to take 4 and put them on. You have to pass the check. You have to pass, you have to pass something on an 8, between an 8 or a 9. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, things are still pretty blockable too. Yeah, he's doing the speed because he can then say -3 speed. It'll go all the way down to 2. So this one's just going to get full blocked.
Yeah.
And then there's nothing else to make something huge. I think we're at 9 health, so I don't even think Falling Titans gets. I don't think Falling Titans gets lethal anymore.
I don't think so.
Yeah, now Hanj is tapped out. I think. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I have not played a lot of Hanj, so I don't know the correct sequences. But if this turn does not end up being lethal, I think this is going to be the one the Hanj player watches back and thinks, "How could I have changed?"
Oh, now we're trying to play do we normalcy our own attack here? I think we
choose not to. We knew I mean, a moment of normalcy, if we had done it,
we were fine. Wait a minute, wouldn't
we have just won?
Yeah.
If we had taken it up to 5?
Yeah. I think if us I'm missing, so obviously there might
Maybe
be
we thought they had a 1 high block.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, I get that we were hesitant to use it because we needed to pass this check here. Oh, we're at 6. Okay, Peak is at 6 and not 9. But Peak is really at 8 because she got to transform. So there's a -2 damage there.
Yeah. Oh, all right. We're passing back. Now I'm. Well, that could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah, I went from saying maybe Peak should think about scooping here to like Hanj kind of fumbled it. And I'm not saying that there was a guaranteed lethal line there, but it felt like if we replay that turn 9 times out of 10, it's finding lethal. And Peak just kind of managed to squeak out a line where they lived. And now this is almost assuredly over. 1 Idun and 1 Keiko's is not going to stop what's happening.
looks like we're gonna we have even after. Yeah, we're gonna start here with. I would just put two. I think we have some. Oh man, we got a couple of different options here. I know there's got to be more face down. I'm with yous. So like I would be trying to get those I'd be triggering those for more damage here.
Yeah, and Hanj does still get the moment of normalcy, although at any time, if we have Ambition of Irwin Smith, it can get taken down.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess it's not there anymore. I don't know what happened to it. But
we blew it up to target commit the Zeeks.
Oh, I see. We're tired of every single thing hitting.
We were tired of every pick. You were just like, wow, he's just drawing a card every time. We have to get rid of this.
Yeah.
All right, so Breaker active and Keiko's active.
Yeah. The Hanj is not completely dead because Hanj was at like 30 something health before this turn. So we have a moment of normalcy. We can reset one thing. We have an Idun box. We can reset a second thing. 2 resets, and we played the Keiko's aids. A couple checks, maybe don't go peaks. Well, there goes that.
Yeah, we do Second Rescue. Second Rescue is the most obvious pick here.
Yeah,
that eats up a whole attack. Like, all right, we got some bites here. We're gonna do bite. We're gonna bite loop a little bit here.
Ooh, not
checks
a great
1.
check.
Checks a 1 on a 6.
I think Hanj might have just survived. Okay, this game, like, I'm just getting proved wrong over and over. Like, oh yeah, Peak's dead, Peak lives. Hanj is dead, Hanj lives. Like, this is some really good interaction and back and forth. I'm having a lot of fun watching this, despite being wrong.
We're like, all right. Gotta read how.
I'm a little surprised that we tapped down so much of our stage for that one because of the Idun box and moment of normalcy being ready. I guess it's just feels like it's a now or never, although there's a line in which we also just survive this thing until overtime.
That is true. We could definitely get to overtime.
But we're definitely swinging in now. We can pop the enormous axe and effectively ready 1. We can give +1 to our check with the Aaron Spam Foundation.
We were deciding if we were going to flip or not for this. Yeah, we're gonna throw 3 speed, get a replacement, put back over. Oof. The thing is, we have the bites to build into the tri-gravity, so it's like we're trying to use the bites to chomp to wither down the health. And
what made this so fun was the political strife, because one Keiko's aid, not the end of the world. Checking a 3, not the end of the world. Breaker 2 on political strife, not the end of the world. When you combine all 3 of those, your turn's over.
Swapped.
Oh, we're gonna get a couple extra builds here. And this can get powerful. Yeah, this has powerful 4 on it. So we could get this.
We're gonna bait something here.
Yeah, either the Idun box or the moment of normalcy probably getting used. And then because we took down manipulations, if we follow this up with the trigrav, we can rip something from hand. It's just a question of, are we going to be able to count high enough?
Because this is base 5 damage, right? The swats.
Yeah, base 5 damage. Peak has now made it into 8 between herself and Anti-Titan. We can add another 8 damage, but all we're really doing is baiting out the resets if we do that.
Interesting. We're like, all right, we're gonna press all the buttons here. All right, so we're gonna go 16.
Yeah, I have to imagine something gets used here to take it back to printed.
Yeah. I think it's box. I think box is because that's the one that protects your resource. It protects your foundations. Where you might need to. There might be a line where it's like it's gonna be easier to block something than to and just eat this damage here. Oh, we're Botons. Okay. Heads up.
Yeah, I love a Botan's coaching. Like, because our rival didn't immediately press the reset, it's like, I guess there's 2 cards in hand, but I love a Botan's coaching when there's 1 card in hand and they're posturing a block.
Yeah, we knew that was one of them. Like, I am. Oh, we got it. Yep. +1 damage from the bite.
Getting the Falling Titans out of hand, though, are you a little surprised that Hanj discarded that? That felt like a win con.
I mean,
For if you,
but does it block?
Right, but I think I would just rather keep that in hand and use one of these. I mean, having a 0 low block in hand, that makes sense.
Ooh.
And we checked the 5 on. If we had checked a 3 on that, it would have been so bad.
And we didn't need to use either of our resets.
But that was such a what's the right word for it? Such a brave move of if you check the 3 on that and you have to eat 16, like I feel like you were kind of safe if you had just gone ahead and used the reset. I understand that now you're completely safe. But
under 10 minutes
what a
here.
risky move.
I mean, we're gonna be this hat. We have to win. We can't go to game. We can't if we pass. We can't go to game 3. We are winning or we are drawing at this point. Oof. All right, we've eaten the hand.
This was an important one to play anyway, just to get Falling Titans out. Like if Botans hadn't ripped it, we would have still wanted to go for this line just to rip it ourselves.
Agreed. We're gonna see what we can do.
Because at this point, if I'm peak, I'm no longer playing these attacks to win. I'm playing these attacks to rip any sort of sculpt away so that we can take this thing to a 1-0 victory.
Yeah. I think, yep, we're... All right, back to printed... damage. +2 back. Oh, couldn't finish it.
Yeah, but I feel we took so much time off the clock. Now the question is, without a sculpt, are we going to be able to kill here?
We lost. So we lost Fallen Titans and that barrage. That's not good. Yep, you gotta destroy it.
Yeah, this would be the worst drawing into 6 foundations moment. It didn't. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah.
Resurrect. That's
an immediate, immediately pick up the cards.
Yep. All right, you got it. Let's shuffle up and maybe I kill you on 2.
Resurrected Titans is one of the cards that I'm most excited for in the set. This Hanj deck is playing, even though it's the Battle for Humanity Hanj, there's so many Attack on Titan Apocalypse cards in here that took this character to the next level. Resurrected Titans, if you don't know at home, you can search your deck and choose any shift attack that you want, and then you can play it, and it's going to get -3 difficulty from the Resurrected Titans. So Resurrected is like an 8 diff, but it effectively plays as a 5 diff if you follow it up with a Titan attack. So in this instance, we could say, I'm going to go grab Beast Titan attacks, play it. It's a throw, double the damage. And so that's why even if we could block the Resurrected Titans, just Beast Titan attacks getting throw was an automatic kill. And that's why we saw an immediate scoop. Oh, Hanj is trying to sideboard. I don't know if we have time for that. Oh, I see. We're grabbing the 9 Titans. That makes much more sense.
Yeah, like we're not sideboarding. We're trying to go get our. We got to get our card out of the deck.
Yeah, we see both players going as fast as possible. Yeah, the optimal hand here for a turn 2 for Peak would be like Colossus Swat. I guess dual Needle Lunge, double Colossus Swat, and a Battle Aura, or the Thunder Spear Barrage. Like that's what we're gonna need to find here, because Hanj is a character like they had a really good defensive setup, but it took time to get there. Hanj is definitely open early.
Yeah, Hanj is in turn 2. Hanj just needs to protect through the turn 2, though.
Mm-hmm. That is a really good build if we can get a 5 on the Weapon Clash.
Ooh, we got it.
Yeah, right. That's effectively a 6 foundation build there.
I'm like, wait, this passes. This just auto passes. I'm like,
but that puts Hanj in such a bad spot for sequencing for now, because now they can't play 3 diffs safely.
Yep. Okay, we got a normalcy. Resting up.
Oh my gosh. This is, you could not draw it up any better for Peak to get a turn 2 kill here. With the right draw, it's just staged perfectly.
I see.
There's
SWAT?
the SWAT.
Oh,
check a 5 on the SWAT. Commit enormous axe.
Commit the axe. Yep.
Yeah, Peak is in business. This could definitely be a turn 2 kill.
Oh, this is gonna get real. I only see. I'm only catching quick glimpses of the hand, but I'm seeing the Ripper arrives are the other attack I can verify from the hand. But we're about to go.
Yeah.
Setting up a board
something
here.
else too. I'm a little surprised that we didn't blow it for damage with Peak.
Yeah.
Just a little surprised that, because like that 2 damage could matter here and getting a kill, and we had the enormous axe committed. So, but
we have 2 more attacks. All right, we got lines.
Yeah, between ambition and both hands, it was like we were an 8-hander, and we get to selectively seal the moment of normalcy. Oh, and a dual needle lunge. Yeah, we got sweeping, Battle Aura, dual needle, and Ripper. I imagine we go dual needle here next.
Yeah, I think that's where with this build we just want to push damage now. Yeah, we're doing the math. We're like math good.
Hanj is going to get 1 block in. Can the other 3 attacks kill?
Yep. On a 6. 3, 4, 5, 6.
I feel like a 3 is not the end of the world here. Like, I don't think passing checks is necessarily a big thing. So here we're going to get it to 7 damage. We effectively get to ready a foundation. Respond, draw. Can we did not find another attack. If there's going to be an attack blocked, it's probably going to be this dual needle lunge with the amount of high blocks that Hanj has been playing.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're go get the artillery. No hit on Zeeks. All right, so our play here, so we're gonna go +3 speed and flip back. We're gonna target, do the blow up for the target commit.
Yeah, everything. That's why this is probably going to be the only blockable one. It's going to be the slowest move. It's going to be the slowest move at 6 speed.
Yeah. Like,
Oh,
blow up,
they're
don't blow up.
correcting. I think they're correcting a board state error where I think the peak player accidentally built a ready foundation using weapon clash and not committed.
Mm,
Looks like Twitch chat is talking a little bit about that. I completely missed it over here, but
they're
we'll see
moving
if-
at a breakneck pace here.
yeah,
Yeah.
both players are not taking time. Oh, he built it committed is what Lenoko's saying.
All
That is time. Time has just been called in the round, so it's a turn 2 kill or never. Down to 18 health. I'm a little surprised if Weapon Clash got through, then I'm feeling really good as peak. But another 3 check puts us in the danger zone of probably only being able to pass one more attack. The Battle Aura release gets to 13 damage, though.
Mhm.
So if we can get the Ripper through, oh, the Battle Aura is actually going to get to 15 because it's going to get the +2/+2. It's just going to be a matter of can we push the Ripper through?
As long as we have
Because
4 face, we just have to have 4 face downs for the aura.
right.
So we just gotta sequence properly here. He's like, yeah, I think you have to.
Yeah, this is going to be 7 speed. Is it even possible to get blocked? I don't think it's possible. And then it's just check a 5 on the Battle Aura and we win the game.
Yep.
Yeah, this Battle Aura is going to be for game.
5, 4,
4, that's good enough.
4, 4, 5, 6. That's all I needed.
Yep. There is no chance unless a hand trap comes down, but I haven't really seen Hanj playing hand traps. This should just be game. It was all set up perfectly. Hanj just needed to get 1 block over the course of that entire turn, and they couldn't find it.
8. Flip. 9, 10, 11, 12. And then blow up 1 more for safety.
I think they
Wow.
forgot about the. No, they got it. The +2/+2.
Yep. Oof. We got there.
Yeah.
I was like, how are we getting there? Then I just realized I forgot about the Ackerman. I forgot about that bonus.
Yeah, there was a turn 2 kill by peak. Everything was set up. You couldn't have asked for a better build with Enormous Axe, Weapon Clash, Ambition of Irwin. And then on Hanj's side, you couldn't have asked for a worse build. Hanj is supposed to be the character, like the best building character, especially going second, and everything just kind of went wrong there.
Yeah, that's the situation that happens. BJL sink down to 1-1, which they're they're still fine. They'll come back, circle back, and we're about to roll into round number 3. Just to let the audience know, after the conclusion of round 3, there is a 30. Looks like they're aiming for a 30-minute lunch break. So it's gonna be a long night, as they say. But David, I am about to step away for you and Tam to find something fun for round 3, and we'll be back rather quick.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to round 3 here at the OCE Regional. I'm Tam, joined by David. What an exciting one you had last round with Jesse.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Everything's set up perfectly for a turn 2 kill for Peak, and sometimes you have to just fall into those in an event like this. But we have a better one. We have a better one here, I think. A character that I've been really excited. We've got Armin versus the classic meta character Devil Jin. Tam, what are you looking forward to in this match?
Armin is very, very tricky, and I'm sure that Joffrey M on Armin has got a lot of those tricks, being able to take cards from his hand, put them in face down, pretending that they are 2 difficulty foundations, sneaking moves in, whether they be higher difficulty than Unflip Later or using some really potent outwit abilities. But on the other side, we've got Zachary C on Chaos Devil Jin, kind of a terror of last format, a bit of the old dog and then the new trick. What are your thoughts on Devil Jin going into this current meta?
Yeah, it's been interesting. We saw one Devil Jin top Albuquerque, I suppose, after the aerial goblin or after the errata to Devil Jin happened, but he really didn't lose any of his offensive firepower. And Armin doesn't really have a lot of defense beyond his health here in this matchup. Although Armin does get to be building in. Armin's one of the most exciting deck building characters in my opinion. Like here we have 3 face downs. Those could all be outwit cards, and Devil Jin just stumbles right into them.
They could all be attacks.
Yeah, we have no idea what they could be.
We could have mulliganed a bad foundation hand into another bad foundation hand and taken it. But that's just like that's the power. But it looks like we've got Yelena's Machinations, one of the coolest outwit cards that they have ever made. 3 difficulty, response outwit. So unflip, commit. This attack, after attack is played, -2 speed, and then redraw a card. It says, hey, my hand size not 7, but a little bit bigger, as well as buying time, which is a card that I do have to go look up.
Yeah, we just immediately unflipped 2 outwit cards right off the bat. Very, very cool. Yeah, buying time is you get to look at the top card of your deck. You may discard a card. If you do, build the top card of your deck face down. So Yelena, we got to draw a card, and then we could discard a card to build the top card of her deck. Pretty cool 2-card combo there.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, the tactics are very, very good, especially with how important it's going to be with the committing and freezing that Devil Jin has on this Chimera Kraken, checking a 5 on it to start our turn. And as we notice, only 3 foundations in this Devil Jin's stage, but that is more than enough to accidentally find the 31 health that Armin has available to us, especially if we keep committing our foundations due to not only Chimera Krakens, but our own outwit abilities.
Yeah, this one you'll have to help me on. With Kraken against face downs, it's kind of funny because Devil Jin doesn't know which one's the best card to commit and freeze. Are you allowed to target a specific face down? Or does your opponent get to choose which face down if you choose face down? Kind of a judge question on my end.
Well, it says that you get to pick. Select,
right, but do you get to pick a selective face down? Like, can you try and keep track of your rivals' face downs? Where they put what?
100%. And for the rules of the game, the way that it's handled is if a card was face up at one point or is built in face down or whatever, you do have to keep that separate. Your rival's allowed to know which one of those was flipped up and then down or whatever until the turn cycle happens, and then it kind of gets lost in the fray. You can shuffle back up your face downs, but if you have a flip to then unflip, it is tracked, so you are allowed to know. So if there's any way for us to, I don't know, flip a foundation and then we take a hit and re-ready it by somehow or some way, it would indeed be tracked. And so from here, Mega Burst coming in, checking a teaming with the Attack Titan, kind of saving up our Devil Jin once per turn. adding this team in the attack titan in the card pool, and then counting the number of attacks in the card pool. It does not count the attack currently being played. That one's not in the card pool yet, but going from a 3 check now to a 5 check, and redrawing us a card.
Mm-hmm.
And so from here, it looks like 2 incredible hits down to 22. But I will say a lot of control, a lot of restraint over here on the Devil Jin side, not using our ability to add cards into our card pool for bonuses.
It was also, we had a walk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we didn't play the walk the dog too. So many players would see, hey, it's on a 4 now. I guess it would be on a 7. I guess you check a 3 there. You could have still passed it, but yeah, it was some restraint. I mean, it would have been free damage. It would have been a free 10 damage if we clogged our card pool with it too. But we got some hits in, and we got to build, because if you do start adding attacks into your card pool, you don't get that build.
And that's the entire the thing that Devil Jin wants to do, right? He wants to play out these pretty oppressive offensive strings. But the fact that Zachary here has this self-control just says that on this next turn, you better batten down the hashes, because he's going to come out swinging. But with another rebuild here on Joffrey's side, defense has got to be the name of the game. These outwit cards are going to have to come in clutch, and we got to see it. We built in more face downs, but can we survive the onslaught, especially opening such an impactful card like the Attack Titan's Haymaker?
Yeah, it was a pretty good build to get the 2 diff that flips your outwits. Now we have a way to flip whichever of those outwits that we would like to have. And once again, we see the combo here of I can discard to build, and Armin is all about let's build as fast as possible so we can transform as fast as possible. So I really like that combo there of draw a card and then I can discard a card to go ahead and build, because we are in transformation. We have enough foundations to transform now, although it won't be until our next end phase. And like you said, it's going to be kind of hard living until then.
Yeah, that's the thing that I would be nervous about, right? Like this Haymaker says stun 2. We just effectively stun 2'd ourselves due to these potent outwit abilities. This stage that we curated and made nice and healthy on the very first attack of Devil Jin's turn, they're all sideways. They're all sideways, David. I would be so afraid to accidentally melt here. 22 is not a very high number for Devil Jin to count to, especially with, as it looks like we are now adding cards in, showcasing that Devil Jin offense. Add a card from your discard, add attack from your discard pile to your card pool, +1 damage for every attack in your card pool. This Haymaker is not swinging for 5, it's now swinging for 7, and we're going to be snowballing even further after that.
Yeah, and at any point we can use that Kraken for +2 speed. We've got a couple momentum. If we have a powerful attack, which we saw the walk the dog. I mean, that's the other downside of using these outwit effects. We have put walk the dog online very, very early, and we saw that the Devil Jin was holding one. I imagine they're still having it in hand. It'll probably be the next attack. In all honesty.
True. I mean, it makes sense, right? Walk the dog getting minus difficulty for each committed foundation, playing a 4 difficulty here feels very, very good. But I will say, Erwin's Ruse, as the only face-up ready card over on Armin's side, says flip a foundation. This deck gets -1 speed or +1 damage, resetting our face-down, or excuse me, our face-up outwit cards to be used on the next time. But it looks like, wow, very cool heads-up play. This Armin accounts for everything. Welcome to Spaceland Enhanced coming in, re-readying some face down, saying, hey, the stun didn't necessarily matter, making things nice and slow, and I will be trying to go for this block. Looking like a 1 mid for 7 here, but we're just going to take it down to
so the walk the dog
15.
is on a 5. Yeah, walk the dog's on a 5 now. Okay, Blue Flame Torment coming in on a 7, check a 5. Yeah, that Welcome to Spaceland is so cool in this deck. This, like, I'm going to make things unblockable, and they're going to have +5 damage when I transform, and I'm re-readying all of my outwit cards. This is what I think of, like, with Armin, is that it's just like a deck builder's paradise. I have not seen that combination before.
I think the most important thing, and I think we're going to see it here, is it actually just like lets us reset our outwit cards, right? We used Yelena's Machinations for -2 speed to draw a card. We used the buying time. We flipped both of those over with a combination of Armin's ability plus the Irwin's ruse, and now we just get to re-ready them face down and then reuse them again. Hey, we're doing it one more time. So trading a card in our hand for now more cards on the board and then minus speed. But again, we're doing a lot of manipulation of our board, but we have not effectively blocked anything yet. I know that the idea with Devil Jin is normally you have to block late, but I'm starting to sweat for little Armin here, if it doesn't end up working out.
Yeah, because Mega Burst says you can't just wait to block.
Correct.
If I throw this out, you're going to be completely stunned out. It would get stunned 4 at this point if it was played. Armin's pressing a lot of buttons though, and that's fun.
Yeah, pressing a lot of buttons. I mean, it's just showing you the amount of game actions this character has access to. Checking a 6 off the top for this Blue Flame Torment, exactly what you want to see. Blue Flame saying enhance. Your rival has to check a 6. If they fail, your next check gets +1. Your next check gets +1, and then this attack gets +1 damage. You're allowed to do this twice. So potentially +2 to your next check, potentially +2 damage. Or your rival could commit a couple foundations, which is the thing that this Devil Jin looks like it is opted to do. I'm trying to commit as many foundations as possible. You could tell that because of the cool cards like Acrobatic Style that are available.
Yeah. 3 out of 5 of these foundations basically count for 2. We are blocking with the
Attack Titan's Wide Swinging Blow. What a cool card. And this is your number 1 Spaceland or Welcome to Spaceland target, right? This card,
right.
5/3, 5 low for 3 says Blitz. You may flip 1 foundation. This deck gets +1 damage for each of your ready face down foundations, period. Whether you're flipped or not, because Welcome to Spaceland is a first enhance, and so we don't get a chance to do the +5 damage on the Colossus Titan side. But this one is a Blitz. We get to use the Blitz, give a bunch of extra stats, and then slam for 9, 10, 11, 12, 20 damage, wide swinging blow, all based on the number of face downs that we have. And newsflash, David, Armin's the king at just randomly building face downs.
Yeah, Welcome to Spaceland, just a really, really cool card in Armin. I don't really know how we survive what's going on right now, though. The Walk the Dog with double momentum, and we can get the 2 speed from Kraken. I'm not seeing any sort of hand trap on Armin's side. I don't know what they have. They might have that. They might have some sort of outwit ability that keeps them alive here. Or they're going to do Bleak Commentary, force Devil Jin to discard another one. Okay, force him to discard 2. I don't think that matters because I think Armin's dead here, but maybe they have an out.
I mean, if there is a trick somehow, one of the big detriments from a 5-hander is lack of cards in hand, and with this Bleak Commentary, minusing to their hand size after that draw 1. If for somehow this Walk the Dog does not end up ending the game, that might be enough to, if not try and finish the game, spook us up enough to be like, hey, I don't want to play more attack cards. But here it is, up to, it looks like a 17 damage Walk the Dog, as we have added in a second Team of the Attack Titan. And it looks like that is game 1 going to Zachary on Devil Jin. Wow, what a showcase.
Yeah, it was just a little difficult for Armin to set up in time. It definitely feels like a character that wants to set up. It was doing a lot of cool things, but it has to not die in the process. And we didn't really see strong turn 2 defense cards, at least in that matchup.
Yeah, I think that is we saw this Armin deck do the thing that it wanted to do, right? Which is play a bunch of cool outwit cards. It drew a bunch of cards. It built a bunch of cards. It was very, very efficient at it. But every time it played one of its cool outwit tricks, it was just committing more resources. And that's, Devil Jin does not give speed. He facilitates his damage by having my rival commit a bunch of extra moves. Look at Kraken, look at Attack Titan's Haymaker. And so if Armin is actively helping Devil Jin accomplish this goal, I'm sure Devil Jin is not gonna look this gift committal in the mouth for sure. And so, although Armin was doing a bunch of cool things, Devil Jin stuck to their game plan of, I'm just gonna see how many moves you can deal with. And the answer was, we blocked a singular attack over on Armin's side. The game changes vastly if we take and block a second move because we left some foundations ready instead of doing our cool outwit thing. I think some adaptation is going to have to happen on Joffrey's side in order to squeak out game 2.
Yeah, and there are some cool moves that there could be, like Runaway is a neat action where we could build it as a foundation in Armin, so it doesn't, we can run a very high action ratio in Armin, and a Runaway there would have saved us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very, very apt point. There's a very easy way for, the Order of the Fire Symbol have plenty of disruption pieces available to us. The question is can we find them, as well as do we find them at the right time? There's a ton of ideas here, but Armin going first in this match, I think, is going to be really important. As you said, setting up is what matters, and his static is, because it's a static, playable while committed. So if we do happen to have a bit of an off kilter hand, there's so many times where I take and I draw my cards. They're not quite good enough. I mulligan them away into a 3 foundations, 3 attacks. Well, I'm only allowed to play 3 of these cards in a regular character, but Armin says that I can take one of those attacks, place it face down as a 2 diff, and then we are still ready to play the game. And it looks like that might be what we're doing here as we instantly start the first form of the game. It's going to be face down. I think that only this character gets to do.
Yeah, this does make kind of an interesting viewer experience, and we have no idea what that is.
Yeah. That's the whole thing about Armin, right? He's the planner. He's going to outwit his opponents and show us what's the cool thing, what's the surprise that's going to be coming, the trap card that is played from the stage. But Devil Jin looks like building back out as well. Things like History's Greatest Monster and Horrifying Realization, both incredibly aggressive flow pieces of History's Greatest Monster becoming additional foundations, Horrifying Realization getting a little bit of extra card draw, maybe a little bit more of that committal we talked about from game 1. But man, a build 5, do we risk the build 6? He says yes. He says, I'm Devil Jin, you cannot kill me. And we pass it, a build 6. And we said, hey, Armin, you're not so colossal yet. I've got 35 health. I'm not afraid of you in the slightest. I love how greedy this play is. I love it.
That was really greedy because on the elasticity on the 4th foundation, if we checked a 3 there, we couldn't pass it. And so if we had just held the elasticity, we could have just built the 2. We had like a guaranteed build 5, but we risked it. We risked a possible build 3 just to get the build 6.
Well, so if we check the 3, we are allowed to respond with Devil Jin, add the card into our card pool. We checked not a 3, but a 4, commit Devil Jin, and have an additional card in our hand to then even potentially utilize said elasticity as we build out our last 0 on a 4, 0 on a 5. And so there's almost a world where Zach is like kicking himself a little bit of like, man, I kind of wish I'd have checked a little worse here so I could at least have a card in my hand.
I did forget that we are Devil Jin.
Yeah, but it looks like
and we can use it. We're ready going first on going second.
We certainly can. Looks like a quick build over on Armin's side. Back to Devil Jin, activating the I've said it now twice. Horrifying Realization, excuse me. Discard, redraw, discarded and a foundation. We do have to commit a card, but the card that we discarded over on Armin's side appears to have been a Lust for Battle. After this card enters your discard pile during the combat phase, your rival's next check gets -1. Not that impactful as the first form of the game.
And we hit him with a bleed. Yeah, we also hit him with a bleak commentary.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, after you draw that card, after you discard then redraw, you just lost it again? Holy cow. So I think from here we're trying to figure out which of these cards we don't want. And the answer is going to be a Walk the Dog. That makes total sense. Only 2 committed foundations, I believe. And so it is a rebuild turn. I believe we had -1 to that check. So I think we do owe a foundation.
Yeah, we will see if they if the judge catches that. But Armin is drawing back up. We're still not in transformation range, but we're doing so much better than last game. We can transform on our next turn. This Armin is very, very slow to transform. Probably maybe the slowest transformation character.
True. Yeah. Slow and steady is trying to win the race. But, you know, I do like the swing here. Besiege, very attack titan, haymaker shape like we've already seen in this match. But instead of you're not allowed to block with weenies, now you have to block with the bad cards. Only 3 printed block modifiers are available for this one. 3 mid for 4, with Armin saying it's a 3 mid for 6. And if this hits, I get to take and unflip one of my cool foundations, which Besiege is, you know, it's pretty good to it's pretty good for blocking. Pretty good at landing hits, excuse me, not being blocked. It looks like that is the case as we take a peek here, dropping down to 29 for Devil Jin, unflipping one of our cool pieces. What tools have we snuck down there? I'm unsure what we did flip, but I think it's just we flipped the commentary just to unflip the commentary once again. Looks like we're keeping our outwit secrets hidden a little bit longer. From there, Titanic Combat comes in after you take damage from an unblocked move. Build in a face down committed foundation, and then a second Besiege coming in. Hey, you didn't block the first one. Let's see if you're going to block the second one. Was it just a Titanic Combat trigger that we wanted, or did you just not have the correct block modifiers in hand?
Yeah, these could just be very, very free moves here, and free flips and unflips. 6 damage base because we add the +2. With Armin, we're getting in some pretty solid chip damage. And, you know, even though it takes us a while to transform, Devil Jin does put us on a clock. So getting this chip damage in and getting Devil Jin down to 23 is very, very important. Let's see if we respond to unflip. We probably won't if all of those are outwits.
Well, I think we have to unflip. Am I misremembering the character? I think if you flip, you must unflip.
Oh, you're right. It is not a choice. He has to unflip. Yeah.
If it deals damage, unflip 1 foundation.
Yep, and there it is. He unflipped it. So he had to flip and he can always flip it as his first enhance on defense. You know, flip 1 foundation, your non-throw attack is +2 damage. So the effect is nothing, but you can still pay the cost of flipping. It's not a big deal.
So from here, 31 on Armin's side, 23 on Devil Jin's. Way more foundations to manage over on Devil Jin's side. And one of, if not my favorite foundation in the entire deck. Let's talk as Devil Jin builds here about exam strategy. Exam strategy, enhance, destroy. This attack or your attack gets +1 speed and +1 damage for each attack currently in your card pool. If you thought the Devil Jin damage pump was good, imagine us doing it with the extra speed on top of it as well. An incredible piece to be played on the Devil Jin side.
That has to feel a little bad. We ran into some 5 hand size problems though, where we either pulled 0 attacks or only 1, and this game is going very differently than game 1. We're kind of gifting Armin some extra turns here to build up and get to the transformation.
But with that said, I mean, if we cannot finish our food, and hey, as much as I love Besiege, I don't know if printed 4 damage, make it 6 Besiege is going to be the thing that gets it done. If we do not finish our food, there is not a string that Devil Jin can't find and finish. And so 31 will not be hard. But if you are out there, if you're an Armin fan, we need to weather the storm probably one, if not two more times, unless the hand is just good enough to make it happen.
Yeah, or if we have something that builds in his attack lineup. Yeah, he's saying you got to flip those the momentum face down. Not the biggest deal, but those are not face up momentum abilities. Besiege is strong enough as is.
True. But it looks like Feral Shriek coming in now. Bit of card filter while it's on the board, but a build one pass. The question is do we transform here? The answer is no. We care way more about flipping and unflipping our cards.
Well, we can't. It's at the start of the end phase.
Did we not have the 8 to begin with?
No, he was at 7. He
Oh,
needed an attack that built a foundation. Yeah. So it's going to be at least 2 more turns before we see the +5 damage from Armin coming in. And I feel like we're really going to want to win on our next turn. I mean, Devil Jin's in a spot where he can, if he draws gas, he can really push here.
Yeah, every card in his hand is a very possible play, and it looks like we're opening with the most expensive card we possibly could. Titan Armbar, 5 high for 5 with it. Again, that stun too. We've talked about the whole match. It has a stat. It says every attack in your card pool, including this one, gets 2 free damage. A little extra for adding in on top of Devil Jin. So 5 high for 7, even more whenever we add in. And man, we have got the foundations to pay for it. So much potential coming out of this turn. My question to you, David, do you smell blood in the water? Is this a lethal line? If you were sitting across as Armin, would you be sweating right now?
No, because he led the armbar. Well, I guess if you're playing an armbar, I guess
7 difficulty move, David, if not first.
That's true. I mean, if you draw it, you're going to have to play it at some point. You should play it first. It's also, you like to play your stud move first. It's just, yeah, I guess my mind kind of zoned out there for a little bit because I'm thinking, well, armbar, I want to add in from the discard piles, but you got to play what you draw. I guess that's the deck building cost of running an attack like armbar, but we have so many foundations that it doesn't matter too much.
Totally agree. Yeah, we're able to check a 5, commit the 2, and of course these are 2 cards that do re-ready themselves if we happen to have it. And boom, armbar, second armbar being added in like you wanted. So now not only do we have the Devil Jin plus damage on all of our moves, we've now got +4 damage on every single move that we play for the rest of this turn, and that's without even using Devil Jin. Wow. Instantly we could if you let 2 attacks leak through, it's just your whole life bar. It's just
then exam strategy comes in. Yeah, exam strategy comes in to make it unblockable. It once again comes down to Armin needs resets. And I don't think the Armin deck is playing a lot of resets.
And there it is, an absolutely massive attack. This was for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage. An 11 damage. 5 high for 11, stun 2, 7 difficulty. Not too impressive from that 7 diff, but man, the follow-up that is potential on this turn is going to be incredible, colossal even. Armin is definitely going to be wishing that he had transformed just to deal with what the Devil Jin has to offer. How much more can we push?
Yeah, we have a Mega Burst and a Smashing Stomp. I'm a little surprised we didn't see the Smashing Stomp coming first. Okay, so we can add that 3 check to our card pool.
Interesting.
It was now on an 8, but it's as if we checked a 6, right?
Yeah, it adds in the card pool. So here's Devil Jin, a very complex character to wrap your head around the once per turn. So we played the Smashing Stomp. With it's on a 5, 6, 7 because the 2 cards that are currently in the card pool. And that's the difficulty that you have to check. From there, we make our control check. It's an attack. We respond with Devil Jin before the attack is finished resolving. We add the team of the attack titan into the card pool before the current attack is attempted to be played because it's not in the card pool yet. So we add it in. And from there, we count the cards that are in the card pool, which are the 3 cards. We have got the double arm bars.
So Devil Jin should have owed 1.
Devil Jin does owe 1.
Yeah.
We are confirming with the judge. But hey, you know what? +4 damage on all our moves was not enough. We did want a third armbar into the card pool. +6 damage, not to mention what we can tack on with Devil Jin. I'm nervous if I am Armin. One more move and it might be all over. But it looks like Welcome to Spaceland coming in to successfully make a block happen. Let me double check the block zone on Welcome to Spaceland.
I believe it's a high block, 2 high block.
If it's a high block, it is a high block. I believe that we turned this Smashing Stomp into a high. So this is fully.
Yeah, we added the armbar, and because we led with the armbar, I guess we just wanted to go for the high check, keep it consistent, and now we go for the Mega Burst, and that's probably the last block that Armin is going to get for the turn. This Mega Burst is going to get huge. It's going to get +6 damage from the arm bars. It's going to get +6 damage or 7 damage from Devil Jin. That is +13. I imagine this is close to lethal.
It especially is because we had that exam strategy at the bottom. If we want another +7/+7, we can get it, David. And not to mention, for a little extra comfort, we can sacrifice a foundation for +2 speed or +2 damage. You know, attack on a little bit more with that Titanic combat for +2 damage. My rival commits a foundation. With this momentum, this would be an absolutely incredible time to see a second Welcome to Spaceland to re-ready up a Titan injection, because I think that might be the only thing that is going to be saving us from a potential lethal KO over here from Zachary's Devil Jin.
That would be such a sick play, though. If it happened. A little surprised we added the low attack when we were making everything highs. But I guess we just needed the damage. So it's going to stay. It's staying in mid. It's a 5 mid for 18. And we can, exam strategy, make this a 12 mid. Here it comes. This looks like game. Yep, they are picking up the cards. Devil Jin starting off with a 3-0 here. He's 3-0 before his lunch break. Still very, very strong offense. And the Titan arm bars make these things really, really scary.
Absolutely massive. Yeah, an incredible showcase here on Zachary's side. That just the offensive output of Devil Jin. And truthfully, I think Joffrey had an incredible Armin deck. A lot of, as you said, a lot of buttons being pressed, a lot of things happening, but it was a lot of moving pieces, but not a lot of defense. And if you don't put your hands up against Devil Jin, he's just gonna knock you down.
Yeah, and at some point in that game, Armin was a little too slow to transform. Like that game 2, Armin did get, I want to say 5 turns, and didn't really get to turn his character into something scary. It felt like all of the offense was coming from the Devil Jin side. That said, I could see if the game went a couple extra turns, a Welcome to Spaceland, +5 damage with Armin. It does become really, really scary. There were some cool outwit things happening, and the Armin player was 2-0 before this. So very, very much not out of it, and perhaps they can make top cuts, and we have another chance to see them tomorrow. But with that said,
I can't wait.
Yeah. They're jumping in. Our players are jumping into a short lunch break here. It's not going to be a full hour-long lunch break. But for, those of you watching in the United States, it's going to be a long and late night. But so we'll be back in give or take about 45 minutes. And don't go anywhere, or whatever.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to the OCE Regional. We are halfway done, gentlemen, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the breakdown. We have the breakdown available to us. A lot of awesome players. I believe 38 players playing in our event today. And without showing the... Oh, excuse me. We have the bracket on screen now. Thoughts. Peak, Godzilla, your main contenders. Jesse, are you surprised to see Peak? Are you surprised to see the King of the Monsters? What are your thoughts here, man?
King of the Monsters, I'm not surprised at all. Godzilla is just, well, Godzilla's the tried and true of the 6-hand size. I want to play big, giant attacks, and I'm all for it. And I actually peeked around there. There's like, some of them are like on the City Rampage. We're going to play Titan Cliffs. And then some people are just playing just really good, efficient attacks on 5 diffs. And I'm like, with no City Rampage, and I'm like, okay. Peak this amount of a showing. I expected to see this character. I did not expect to be, what's the most played character of the event, though.
Yeah, I was watching one of my favorite content creators, Let's Talk UVS. I don't know if you've heard about him or not, but whenever the previous season came out, he had this really neat triangle graphic of like the characters in order, and he's the very top character. The character that he thinks could get potentially banned, touched, or ratted was Peak Finger. But David, let's talk the rest of the crew. Han, Zoe, Devil Jin, Not the Brave, Chaotic Meddler, Toga 3 back on the list, and then Byaku all representing that 5% area. For the rest of the pie chart, are these characters you expected? Otherwise, everybody else is somewhere else.
Yeah, truth be told, I'm not surprised by any of them. Maybe Not the Brave. I'm a little surprised by, but I could see it. If someone and their friend and they've been cooking on this Not deck, I would be a little surprised if the Not decks weren't. If they didn't know about each other and they both showed up. But if it was, a group of friends and they're both cooking on the list, that's not too surprising. I think Not is actually one of the most underrated characters maybe in the whole game. I had Not as a top 4 character in Heroes of Exandria, and we really just haven't seen anybody put in the work on Not. We've seen like the mill version a little bit, but neither of these versions that are being played here are mill. Peak, I'm not surprised by at all. Peak's the most straightforwardly, obviously good character in the set. What I am surprised by is the lack of other Apocalypse characters. Like, we have one Annie in the other category. We have that one Armin. We have one Aaron Usurper. But I'm a little surprised we didn't see more. I guess only one Annie was very, very surprising to me. I would have thought that would have been a very, very popular character coming out of Apocalypse. So that's probably my biggest surprise, is that Peak really just soaked up all of the representation from Apocalypse and left absolutely no other room. Hanj almost feels like an Apocalypse character. But how about you? And anything surprising here?
Yeah, it's a new format. We got a new set of cards, so obviously Toga 3 is gonna make our bracket. It feels like the character that just like won't go away. But every time, we keep printing Attack on Titan cards, 3 incredible symbols for this character, all off of the Attuned. And man, if weapons are not representing Attack on Titan well, then I think the set is designed poorly. Toga wanted to use those. That makes total sense to me. But I think, as you said, the most surprising are Not the Brave, Chaotic Meddler, and a huge glow up. We've got 2 Han Zoe 1s, with Han Zoe 4 Eyes being the character that, won Worlds, has had a ton of success as the character. The fact that we're not seeing Han Zoe 1 here Han Zoe 4 Eyes at all is surprising. Just goes to show you the power of some of these backup strategies, specifically as you saw on stream, the 9 Titans. Very, very cool. I'm going to shoot rapid fire real fast. Here's the others. We got a couple of them. We got Pony, Kanoko, Reiner Warrior, Zeke, Beast Titan, so that's Zeke 2, Aaron Usurper, Spinner, which is crazy. I hope Spinner's doing well. I'd love to get him on stream. Yasha, Beast Titan, Erwin Smith, 13th Commander of the Survey Corps, Armin, Power of the Colossus Titan, Vaxel and Dagger Master, Grog, Mikasa 1, Bakugo 4, Nick Reagan, Caleb, Spike, and then Annie Awakened. That was very fast, fellas. Obviously, not necessarily, I'm not going to use the word a smaller event, but a focused event. Is there anybody on this list, Jesse, that you think you are truly shocked to be here in our others category? And is there anybody crazy massive that is missing?
I'm surprised Nick Reagan's not a bigger top of the pie, but you need a lot of cards. You need to, like, are you willing to play 1 and 2 checks to play the air build? Or are you willing to play the tried and true all build? Or are you willing to go crazy like me and play the Thunderboard fire build of Nick? Like, there's 3, that build has not made an appearance yet in a major tournament. I keep waiting for, because I'm scared we're getting to that point where it's like, is Nick gonna go? Is Nick gonna be legal in Louisville? We don't know. But character that I'm surprised we aren't seeing. I don't think I've seen a Hanzo 4 Eyes in the list, which is like
There's
character
no
that's
4 Eyes
kind of,
here.
you know, like that's like, is that the people go from that to Pike in this situation? Like, it's like
It's also the same with. Oh, sorry. It's also the same with a Rodan, right? Like Rodan and King Ghidorah were the finals in Albuquerque. There's not a single one of either. But maybe Pete kind of soaked up the Rodan representation of, hey, if I want to play plus minus speed, I'll just play the new character Peak. And King Ghidorah, there used to be a pretty big appetite for King Ghidorah in OCE. So, but yeah, King Ghidorah missing in action here.
People might just be afraid of that unyielding destruction, a card we haven't even seen necessarily represented on stream yet. But you know, we still have 3 more rounds inside of the tournament. With that said, I like the breakdown that we have. I think it's a fine fine snapshot of what the format is going to look like going forward. But again, this is the first time we've had these cards. We're just scratching the surface of what the format could move and evolve into. And guys, one of the key things with UniVersus is there's just so many fun, exciting characters that the fact that you only get to play in one regional during your weekend is tough. It sometimes feels like you want to bring 4, 5, 6 decks, all with piloting different characters to get the most enjoyment. But with that said, you guys, we're gonna take and cut to our recess one more time, and we will be back incredibly soon with a round 4 for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you there.
Target quiet. Quiet road. Target quiet. Quiet road. Target quiet. Quiet road. Target quiet. Quiet Target quiet. Target quiet. Target quiet. Quiet road. Quiet Target quiet.
Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for round number 4. It's 1 a.m. on the East Coast, but you know what? They're just finishing lunch in the OCE. Sam, what do we got lined up for round 4?
Some exciting stuff. We came at lunch with our bracket, our event breakdown, and we decided to showcase the 2 most represented characters. That's right. We've got Nathan A on Chaos Godzilla versus Aiden G on something a little different, Order Peak, not the death one that we saw a couple rounds ago. Godzilla versus Peak. Jesse, shoot from the hip. What are the predictions that are going to happen inside of this this matchup?
I think I'm hoping we will finally get our first shot of seeing probably the most villainized card of the new set. Being Unyielding Destruction is in both of these decks. I want to see us get to that card see that card in play.
Yeah, Unyielding says that Godzilla's once per game is not quite once per game, and Peak is already used to playing on such a low foundation count that it does make sense for them to set us both back down to 4, and then I'll rebuild myself back up. I'm really interested to see the dynamic between these 2. Looks like Aiden on Peak is going to be going first. We're gonna get some jumpers out of the way, and see some quality UniVersus. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. So from here, let's see what we get built. Let's talk about it. First card that pops onto the table. First Wielder. First Wielder being a unique card that says after your character transforms, it flips. You may ready a foundation and gain 2 health, I believe.
Yes.
Very cool for the character that, very similar to Midoriya, transforms back and forth and back and forth and back and forth over and over and over again.
Yeah, that is a good, like, with this play on the order symbol instead, you get a little bit of different options to go with, and being able to, like, hey, I have multiple transforms, so why not play the foundation that gets me to ready up when I transform at will? Why not get that?
Yeah,
access?
it's very neat inclusion in the deck. But build 4 into Godzilla's build 5, including a ton of really awesome pieces like Vast Hybrid to add itself into momentum, get a little extra bonus to the check, and then just a slew of classic things with horrifying transformation, Skreonk, as I've aptly named it. A lot of cool pieces here, but it looks like one of these beautiful Pearl Colossus Swats, one of the key pieces that we saw in the previous Peak game, obviously, because the attuned symbol gets to showcase here. 5 low for 5, builds in 2 fake foundations, you could call them. They get destroyed at the end of the turn, but I doubt they're going to be sticking around that long to make it happen.
Yeah, this is definitely we're going to build these right now, but they're going to be back. They're going to disappear before, like, rarely if people who play Colossus SWAT, either they're playing it when they're just need extra foundations for the kill turn, or if you have a bunch of sacrifice effects, those are just fodder. That's all they ever are.
100%. Yeah. And I will say, bit of a risk reward going in this early with this Colossal SWAT, right? Like, it is a 6 difficulty foundation. Checking a 3 here would have been pretty devastating, but the fact that we did get the 5 says that we do have a mountain of health to get through, right? 34 health on Godzilla's side. He's the king of the monsters. He's a big boy for a reason. Yes, Peak gives a bunch of extra stats of potentially +2 damage, +3 speed on the backside, +1 more with the anti-Titan asset, but there's a lot of health to take down on Godzilla's side, and SWAT is an easy way to get that train rolling.
Yeah, we're gonna go dig up and get our anti-Titan artillery here on the board, which so here's an interesting thing. I've been doing my math on this card, and I see a lot of people think 2 is the right number for this card. And I have really like playing. My one math line of it is always I want to play 3, because I don't mind going to get more copies later.
Yeah, absolutely. that response is really killer, right? A response after your rival takes damage from an attack, commit it, selectively commit down one of their key foundations. You get to pick. You get to pick it, and then its damage pump ability is still playable and committed. Very, very strong board piece for this character. Essentially, +3/+3 selective committal every turn whenever my move connects.
Yeah, I like the idea of just pulling it out. Like, oh, I'm gonna go find another one. Replace. Good luck.
A lot of cool moves on Godzilla's side, right? We saw the Vast Hybrid go into the momentum, and now that we have the momentum, the Fearsome Transformation gets to flip and then draw a card. Since we have the momentum, we don't lose that extra card. Smashy Stomp coming in for the low block, committing 2 foundations, and here is the reason that we play the order symbol, Jesse. Lightning Rod coming in. A huge, massive showcase from the Air Nick Reagan deck over in Albuquerque, but being showcased here as a little mini SWAT.
Yeah, we are now +4 foundations for just this turn. I love it.
Yeah, if we have the gas, we easily can keep slinging some pretty impressive moves, as well as Botan's coaching if we need to go find that gas. But because of the attune symbol, we still get all of these Bing Bong cards, such as the I'm With You, that the classic death symbol decks are looking for. So not only is this +3 speed because we're on the backside of the card Titan, but it is now +2 extra damage from the I'm With You. We've got a stun ability coming out, building additional foundations. Man, the onslaught feels very, very good here from Peak's side of the board. The question is it possible with the addition of these foundations, Jesse? Do you think that Nathan is in trouble here? Do you think it's possible that King of the Monster is going to get taken down on a turn 2, like we've seen so many times already this event?
I would not doubt it here. If we can get, I think it's going to come down to, can we get this? If this connects here, like I wish we could get the life total thing slid over. I keep track on my head here, but so this is coming in for +4, 7, 21. If the thing is that we don't. Oh well, there's Walk the Dog. Never, maybe we got. Now we're just going to commit out. Let's see here. We gotta go down at 3.
It was on a 7, right? Because we do only have 3 committed foundations, so it's still a 5 difficulty move.
Oh,
8
that's the hand.
3.
Okay,
right?
Sorry, I'm confusing those 2 cards near the character. I thought those were foundations when I was doing my math.
But because of Colossal SWAT and the Lightning Rod, we get to pay for 3 of these kind of for free because of that first wielder. After we destroy first enhanced destroy with Peak, flip, we get to first wielder re-ready it if we so wish. Our stage is going to be incredibly healthy even after this 3rd attack as a 6 low for now 8, 9 with the artillery, 9 low for 9, redraw a card. This turn easily could keep going if we keep finding gas.
Yeah, we're gonna throw 3 speed on this and get ourselves flipped back over. Like I just love the idea of this character just like flopping around, just like we're just going in and out cart mode here. It's like, all right, what do you got?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite flavor wins from the Attack on Titan set because of the fact that one of Peak's strengths as a character is their stamina, right? They in that last battle inside the manga, they were constantly being attacked, their Titan body destroyed, but because of the stamina and they've lived in that Titan form for so long, they can pop in and out of from human mode to Titan mode, human mode to Titan mode. So it represented here in the card game of the transform, untransform, transform, untransform. Really, really flavorful. I absolutely love it. But man, second I'm With You coming out of the stage from the destroy, not just +2 damage, but +2 from the I'm With You. Scary, very, very scary spot to be in as this Walk the Dog connects, landing for, I believe, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 damage potentially.
Sounds about where we're at here.
Yeah, it's either 9 or 11. Unsure. I think it is only. I think it is 11 because we.
Yeah, the difference I'm seeing here between the other builds for the death build is it seems like there's not as many redraws. Where like they're there, but they're like more heavy. Like a Walk the Dog, I would not consider like, hey, I'm always gonna get my auto redraw if I Walk the Dog. Where it's like in the other build, it felt more fluid for the redraws. Like, oh, I'm gonna always. They're just like this deck's going to draw like so many extra cards during turn because you have Battle War release, but stuff like that.
Yes.
And there's not as many like low diff, like 4 diff attacks that are just that's an auto redraw on order. We're playing more. It seems to be more aggressive in this situation. But let's see if Godzilla enters back here.
Very potent turn over here from Peak. I'm really, really happy with what that turn looked like. Dropping Godzilla all the way down as we get the life counter on board to 16. What a crazy turn too. And even so, we still have a ton of resources available to us. 6 foundations after all of that. 2 momentum. It easily can still defend ourselves, but those foundations are not going to be here for long. Unyielding Destruction coming on the board. Tell me about this one.
Well, we're about to blitz, and we're gonna tell Peak you gotta drop 2 foundations. You gotta lose 2 of them. We'll go back to 4. Oh, looks like we're gonna get a draw. We'll push and get a draw here.
Love this. Push the limit response. After one of my foundations is sacrificed, I get to flip it and then redraw a card. Great card. Unyielding Destruction, one of those cards that, as you said in the beginning, vilified, right? People like to have their foundation base nice and wide. We saw the Albuquerque Regional end with both players having 25 plus foundations, and Unyielding Destruction representing that rumbling that Attack on Titan is so famous for, and putting us back down to 4, very similar to the Godzilla once per game. But Peak saying, hey, a block is easy, a block is simple. I'm just going to block it with this mid block. But Godzilla gets to then rebuild back out and say, I have 7 foundations to your 4. I don't think you're going to hurt me nearly as bad as you did on the previous turn.
Yep, and that's the one thing about Destruction is it's pretty easy to block for the most part. It's more of like when people play. I feel like when people play that attack against me, I'm just like, okay, what do you got? What else you got? Because it's always the follow up to it that I'm more worried about than the actual attack.
Absolutely. Definitely a disruption based card rather than necessarily like an aggressive game ending card. This is a tool to facilitate the end of the game, not necessarily the thing that is going to end the game in general. But here we have another card with the Cart Titans face on it. This one is
Anti-Titan. What are they? Which one is that? The Anti-Titan
artillery shell.
Yeah.
Yes. 5/3, 6 mid for 2. Little baby stats, but you won't be saying that after I finish reading it. Blitz, if I have one or more foundations, or excuse me, one of our assets, I draw a card, and then my rival selectively commits one of their foundations. And then response, after it deals damage to a character, my rival loses 3 health. After it deals damage to a backup, it loses 3 stamina. Very cool to watch this card be played. Very, very neat idea.
Yeah. Also, it's starting on 6 mid too. Like, not bad initial stats, especially if I beat directly. We get this like, hey, we can get this up to +3 dam. We get +2 damage and then +3 speed on this. You're like, okay, 9 mid for 4, and maybe I burn you for 3. Not bad. We'll take
super good. Yeah, 9 mid for 4, even maybe a little bit more if we've got that artillery on the board. And again, look at the stage that Godzilla now has. It's all turned sideways, and he walked the dogs, and it's going to land. Vile Seizing coming through. Classic. Second time that I've seen this personally on stream here. 3 high for 4. Asked my rival to make a pretty tough choice. Check a 7, meaning build the top card of your deck. If it's a 7, you can still pay foundations for it. If they fail, draw a card +2 damage. Not an incredible piece, but when you can give the +3/+3 like Peak can, this thing starts getting these pretty scary stats pretty quick.
Yeah. This card is just, it's just one of those cards. It's like, it's going to be played until it rotates out of the format. It's just so well statted. It's not as much as the deadlock threat as it used to be, in my opinion. But
sure,
you're just like, all you're playing this for is like, hey, do I get to stun you? It's alternative stun, That's all I've ever saw it as. It's like, okay, do I get some extra foundations committed? Awesome. No? All right, 2 damage, I draw a card. Let's keep going.
Yeah. Absolute flow card, you could say. I mean, from here, I mean, we have a disruption card of the Cart Titan artillery shell of, you know, massive stats. It's something that they want to interact with. It has this pseudo stun ability if I've got at least one asset, which Peak pretty much always does, into something like a Vile Seizing says that a dunk of a walk the dog with 2 momentum could be coming here afterwards, now that my rival has all of these committed foundations.
Looks like we're deciding not to flip back to face side here. We're just gonna stay on the Titans. I think we just want the speed.
What do you think that means signal wise? If you are Nathan, does that bode that Aiden's done attacking?
I think they're about to play another attack, and they have the damage for it already. Like, this is where I expect all right, they have Walk the Dog. Walk the Dog just needs +3 speed. We just want the 3 speed. That's all
That is. Oh, go ahead.
That's the only thing I could think of, is like, we're just debating, do we launch a Walk the Dog and hope it's good?
I mean, the other idea that we could have on Aiden's side is I'm in such an advantageous position. It's now 7-29. I'm at full health. I have kind of decimated my own stage to get to this position. What if I just rebuild and pass? 29 is not difficult for Godzilla to do, but if that is a runaway in hand and I miss, I check my 3, it's a runaway, I'm practically handing the game to the King of the Monsters. So I actually like the moment of hesitation, the moment of control, especially with checking back-to-back 3s on a 2 diff to commit the first wielder, and now into the foresight to get a little bit of a peek. I like the restraint that Aiden is showing, being in this advantageous position.
Oh, that I can agree with that. It's like, let's build these 2 here. We'll take our momentum, and we just refire for the next turn. Because once again, even though Godzilla's at a higher foundation count, they got to find some attacks here. They gotta find a board.
Absolutely. And even from there, like, the other half of the Godzilla game plan is this very impactful once per game discard 4 cards. Let's both get rid of our foundation base. But Godzilla's winning in the foundation count. He has more foundations. His stage is more active and vibrant than what Peak has. It is not tantalizing to nuke the board right now. And if you do nuke, you're at 7. What happens if Peak accidentally finds a little bit of gas? They find 1 4-check and they just win? They just win on the spot?
Yeah, they could lightning, just like, all right, I'll lightning rod, get 2 foundations and go to the races here. But
100%.
Here comes the City Rampage, though.
Yeah, checking a 3 on it is feeling pretty bad. Committing a card that wants to be put in the discard pile, hostile introductions, and then History's Greatest Monster that says after a 5 difficulty card is played, so that does include our City Rampage, it's allowed once per turn to re-ready itself. So it's kind of like we checked a 4. Kind of.
I've seen this card play in a minute.
Swarmed by Titans. Yeah. This card's super dope. Tell me about it.
So Swarm by Titans, this is from set 1 AOT. The biggest thing here is the Blitz. Your next deck gets +X. X equals your momentum +1. So right now, this is just another check bonus. Great.
Yeah. 5 for 8 here.
Yeah, 5 for 8 start. Oof.
Looks good. It's got a bit of a deadlock ability. It's got a 1 high block with Breaker. I mean, all in all, if the name of the game here for Godzilla is to play as wide as possible, play as many moves as we possibly can, then Swarm by Titans as our lead-in feels really good, especially if it's followed up by something really impactful like Tried and True patented something like a Determined Advance, snapping extra momentum, pretty much guarantees to pass, especially after the City Rampage.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're gonna draw some cards here. We're just gonna look, try to see if we can, like, we're playing the Godzilla lineup. We want to chunk in 2 or 3 attacks. Like, we want to just get make as much of this connect here. So
Totally.
oh, love that little. with hostile introduction here, burn you for 1 and +1/+1 by board. Right.
Yeah, monster aggression being one of those lock breakers. Sacrifice any of your foundations for +1/+1 if your move is a 5 or greater. And then, like you said, hostile introduction, when it puts itself in the discard pile, it burns them for 1. A little bit more of an aggressive line. We were looking at, hey, this is a turn that we want to find 29, and then instantly we've already hit for 10. And like I called, determined advance coming in on a 6, 7, 8 with +4 to our check. It doesn't matter we check the 4. With the check bonuses, it's now an 8. Imagine playing a 6 difficulty as your third card of the turn. We've committed no foundations for it.
Yep. No need. We haven't used the Godzilla enhance for check bonus either. Where it's like, yeah, we're good.
Yeah, that means one of two things. Either we feel like we don't need it, which, I mean, we're choosing to do it now. It's either, choosing to do it now, or we've got more things coming, things like a big, powerful dunk, something along those lines, to be wary of. Again, it is very easy for Godzilla to find 29, especially on a City Rampage turn. If you're Aiden and you are not watching yourself and not being careful, we are currently not on the side that gives minus damage. We have to make some blocks happen in order to facilitate our life.
Yeah, this is a tough situation to look at here. We're trying in this line. Let's see what are we doing with the other momentum?
Oh, interesting. Opting to utilize the EX3, kind of showing that, hey, I this determined advance matters to me. I want this to connect. If you want to interact with this, Aiden, I need you and Peak to sacrifice, one of your very hard-earned foundations in order for us to get there. So currently 10 mid for 10 coming in. Very scary, dropping Peak down to 9 health. Effectively, I mean, it is 9, right? It's 9 because we're on the wrong side to give minus damage.
Yeah.
So if this fully connects, if we do not interact with this move at all, every move from now on, if uncontested, will be for lethal. They all do 9. They all do 9. That's the name of the Godzilla game.
All right, looks like
9.
we are gonna do a speed reduction here, and I believe we're sealing aggression. Yeah, that seems like the right play here.
Makes total sense. And I do like the idea of unflipping us back up, taking and readying, grabbing 2 bonus health, popping ourselves back up to 21, and then re-readying the foundation. So we came into this defensive turn with 4 ready foundations. We're leaving this defensive turn so far with 4 ready foundations.
We're just trying to get to a foundation count. We're like, hey, we can block this with what we got in hand. Because if we take this on full of the face, we're just, like I said earlier, we're just walking into any attack is lethal. And that's not where we want to be for on their second attack in the string.
That is true. I do feel a little bit better, though, with that +2 health gain and then flipping Peak over to this front side where we may first enhance -2 damage. And then from the health game, it's essentially, it's a bit of insurance. It's -2 damage in the future, right? You got to find 2 more, Mr. King of the Monsters. I would feel a little bit more healthy there. But it looks like unyielding destruction comes in for the block. But checking a 3 means that it fails, and we're going to be dropping all the way down to 11. A bit of a tall order for Godzilla to find off of just raw stats itself, especially with that monster aggression gone. But massive swing coming in to try and close out the deal.
Massive swing. Ooh. Like this is, I'm enjoying this compared to the line of attacks we were seeing for Godzilla in Albuquerque in the top cuts. I like this. Like this is like the chaos good. This feels like more like the chaos good stuff list. Instead of like, hey, it's like I wish we were still playing Titan Cliff because I love the dig. But also, I like just efficiency attacks. Plus, we're just playing. It feels like we're playing like a mix of the old and new here. Like, there's like a little like we're playing. We just saw the check for this. We have support for the female Titan in this deck. That's a big attack. I want to see that get resolved.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I like the fact that like we're doing this classic Godzilla idea of floating momentum in and out just as quickly as we possibly can. Because Massive Swing does have this blitz that says if you have no momentum at the top card of your deck, 2 momentum. It's like that Determined Advance, but a little bit cheaper. Does not quite have the static that the 6 difficulty deserves. It's a rare, not an ultra rare, and so the fact that we decided to pump that EX3 into Determined allows us to now have a little bit of extra reach on our turn because of this Massive Swing. 5 mid, now 6 because of the City Rampage, 4, now 10. And again, Peak destroying an additional foundation, dropping down all the way down to 3. So even let's pretend we get out of this turn, Jesse. How much of a stage is Peak going to have to then survive the backswing?
Not much. But
We're looking at breaking another one? Oh no, we were responding with Ambitions of Urban Smith to draw a card. Scary position for Peak here.
Yeah, this is coming in. The Massive Swing is it's coming in for 9. It looks like from this situation. We're gonna go to 2.
It's a 10 damage move, but we then gave it -2 damage with Peak. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 from the Rampage, -2. I'm unsure where we got the extra 2 from. Unless we opted to
Powerful 2.
We powerful 2.
Interesting.
With the powerful 2, I would be nervous that maybe we are done with our turn. And there it is, leaving Peak to 1 health.
I think we were trying to get them to go down another foundation.
I think that is absolutely the case.
We're like, hey, I'm gonna trade momentum for one of your foundations. We'll take those trades.
I dig it. I think it's a very heads up play. The question is, how much can we find? Colossus SWAT, though, gonna take and pay us all back twofold, you could say. Committing 1 foundation to then build 2 more. 5 low for 5. This move cannot quite get to the damage threshold that we need it to be without spending momentum on that powerful 4. But this move, a perfect turn enabler, a perfect turn starter. I love these characters trading 6 diffs back and forth. I'm playing SWAT, you're playing I just had it. It's gone.
Determined Advance.
Wow, it act like you ever had one of those moments where you knew the words that you wanted perfectly, like it was there, until you started to form the first syllable and then it just instantly left your head? That's what happened. I put the letter D on my tongue and I was like, what's the name of this card? But yeah, Colossus SWAT coming in. It's gonna be a massive 8 low for, I'm sure we're gonna spend a momentum. 8 low for 9, powerful move with Godzilla at 7. This is representing check. I need you to deal with what is happening here.
Yeah, this is we can.
Godzilla spinning momentum for +2 to our check. Peak opting to build in a foundation, replacing that committed foundation that we had from checking so well on this Colossus SWAT. We started this turn with 3 ready foundations. We're ending our first in attack with 5. What a great place to be if you are the Peak player.
Yeah, perfect start to the turn here. Do we have the lightning rod follow up again? That's the one thing. We are playing base 6 diffs, and we're playing 2 checks.
Yeah, there's absolutely an alternate universe where we played this Colossal SWAT and committed every single foundation and our character on the very first attack. No rebuild from Peak. We don't get the foundations. It was just a terrible, awful position for us to be in. But it looks like double powerful, tossing this up, giving it 8 damage, saying, hey, even on the partial, you got to deal with what I've got going on. 8 low for lethal. And it looks like on the 10, checks the 3, 4, 5. Let's commit everything. 6, 7. Am I crazy? What did I miss?
+2 to the check, so it puts the 5.
Mm-hmm.
We're blocking. We have to commit 3. Right? This is a 5 low for
This is not a 5 low because we used
it's
peak,
8
right?
low.
Because it
Oh,
is 8
yeah.
low. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, the players are paying more attention to their game than we are. We
Yep.
must have missed a small enhance somewhere along the way. But the question is what does Aiden have for the follow-up?
All we need to do is get something to 7 damage.
One move. Very easy for Peak to do. But we're deep in the tank. We're thinking, and the answer is walk the dog. This is on the 5. Checks another 3. Committing out our 2 fictitious foundations. That's okay. Those are going to go in the disco pile anyways. Let's just give them stats. Destroying for +2 damage. Transforming Peak once again into the Cart Titan. Probably going to splash on a little bit more speed on here as well, as this becomes a 6 low for 8. 9 off of the artillery.
Yeah, this is the one we're going to take into 2 and ready here. We want to get smart. If this doesn't connect, it looks like we have one more attack, but we want to make sure we're good to get it out there.
Yeah, and it might even be the fact that as this Peak player, we might not even necessarily break a ready foundation for this plus speed because, stun and then the Godzilla extra. If we check a 2, depending on how we feel, we might be preemptively ending our turn. I think this all depends on how much pressure can we put on what this Godzilla has available to them. Again, walk the dog, runaway. Incredible against the board position that Aiden has found himself in with a printed 6 damage move and Godzilla at 7 health. A thing you constantly have to be looking out for. What answers could my rival have? And it looks like that is it. There it was. +3 speed on the move. And I think we had a couple extras. Oh, I believe that vial was face down. Not going to let us see the hand to see if there was extra gas afterwards, but unneeded, truthfully, as we see Peak Aiden going first as Peak taking down game 1 against the King of the Monsters.
Yeah, I won't lie. That's about what I expected game 1 to be like. It's going to be a close game back and forth, and Godzilla needed one more attack. Like, we just needed one more attack, another attack to properly connect here, and we just didn't see it. And now we got to go to game 2. Once again, we're seeing I'm seeing sights of my favorite new card, Filled with Doubt, are in both these players' sideboard. I love that card. I love seeing that.
Filled with Doubt, absolutely one of the cool ones. 2/5 action with the infinity symbol, very similar to the unyielding destructions both these players are playing. Bit of a staple in the next format coming up. Response after an attack is played, seal it. Just sitting in the card pool. Hey, that one is a little too good. I'd like for it not to have any abilities. We've seen it a little bit today. We saw it in our round 1 with Bakugo, right? We would seal a really impactful thing and then clear out of the card pool. Unfortunately for these 2 characters, no way to re-clear it. But man, if you think that the unyieldings are really powerful, or Colossus SWAT is Colossus SWAT or the lightning rods are impacting the game too much, maybe Nathan does decide to toss in some Filled with Doubts. I'll add +1 progressive to my blocking to make sure that you don't, find 2 free foundations. If you're gonna blow up your board, you better pay for them the real way, not with the debt that you add on with Colossus SWAT.
All right, so we're going to the board here in this for Peak. Trying to think what we are hoping for in this. I think we just once again the situation where Godzilla, we're gonna go back and forth on who goes first, and we're gonna see the same situation of like, yeah, we'll go first and we'll get it on 2 or 3 and we'll finish them off, and then Godzilla's gotta find a way to break serve against this character more than anything.
Yeah, 100%. And I will say, I think it's very funny that both these players are indeed playing Runaway in their sideboards. So absolutely expect that cute little Mineta action to be coming in, because boy howdy do these characters hit hard. +3 for free on Godzilla. Peak giving +3 in their own way. Again, a singular runaway during any of those impact turns over on Godzilla's side, we might still be inside of game 1, and Nathan pulls out a fighting chance. I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it.
Let's take a look here. I'm doing a little behind the curtain here, seeing what we got our options here. I mean, obviously, Runaway is really interesting. Like their sideboard difference is 5 cards, or no, 6. Okay, they're only playing 2 fields than the other, but they're both playing Runaway. They're both playing Filled in Doubt. Man, I don't see Godzilla playing Genkai's Guidance very often.
I mean, attacks are really, really strong, man. Like attacks are so good. And the fact that Genkai's Guidance is lose the action from your hand, right? Because you're playing it in your card pool, sacrificing 3 foundations that we probably didn't care about. They were face down horrified transformations anyways, to essentially filled with doubt. You know, it never gets a chance to like fully resolve, as well as removing that card from the game. Like the card just doesn't exist. Like you just get rid of it. I don't have to block it. There's no enhanced step for you to interact or disrupt or transform or any of that. It's just gone. I don't hate it. Wowzers. I'm pretty sure that Godzilla just checked 3 support of the female Titan off the back. Checks 1, 2, and 3 of our game were this very high impact new ultra rare from the new set. Poor luck. Yeah. especially with the hidden identity existing on Godzilla's board to snap us some momentum. Imagine our next turn, Jesse, if Nathan had just like ripped 3 of those. After this attack resolves, if I have momentum, grab an extra one, redraw a card. After the first one resolves, I can just get to play all of them with the bonus +2 to my check, and the momentum just pays for itself. From here, we have Peak, who's also had a build 5 to mirror what Godzilla has. But, you know, the asymmetrical aspect of our game, Jesse, Godzilla got to go first. We are not a draw 1 game. We are a draw X game. So as Godzilla built out their 5, they're starting the turn with 6 fresh cards, where Peak only has 2. And let's see if those 2 cards can help us survive against a turn 2 city rampage. The question for you, Jesse, will it kill? Is this a lethal line? Are you nervous for Aiden right now?
We play them. Let's see how the first stack goes. Then I'll fire feeling nervous.
That is
it looks
fair.
Like all right. We're gonna take this. We're gonna do this first. That's I think we see how this goes.
Horrifying realization coming down. Form flip. We're both gonna discard a card and then redraw a card. A gift. You didn't like that card in your hand, Peak? Well, you may discard it. But if it was a foundation, you are going to commit 1. So that unyielding destruction instantly coming out of the hand. Looks like we found what we wanted as we're not activating the second one. Let's go ahead and go with a massive swing. It's on a 5/6. Checks a 5. Luckily, we have a face down foundation to pay for this. We saw it in game 1. Blitz if you've got no momentum. Let's go ahead and steal 1 from the top of the deck. Instantly turning our character on for plus bonuses to the check for the rest of this turn if we so choose. Coming in as a 5 mid for 9. 5 mid for 10 with a +1/+1 from Godzilla. Wowzers.
Yep.
That's a third of Peak's health right there in 1 move.
True. I mean, that's the right one. This is the right play to me. We want to start off strong here. We want to make, I really want out of Peak here. If I was Godzilla, I want offensive Botons to happen. That's a big thing here. I want to see, defensively using the Botons. Because if they're using these Botons defensively, it's giving me the ability to filter on my attack turn. Because we might be able to just find everything we need and we're good.
That's true. Yeah, defensive sculpting for Peak might be the answer, but I mean there is the idea of, if I'm sculpting on my rival's turn, I mean, they also get to sculpt a bit, right? Like they're also going to be discarding the cards that they don't want to then redraw. But it looks like first enhance is going to be peak for commit to rebuild. And then I missed what we flipped there. I think it was a minus speed move somehow. I
think it was something for
card.
-2 speed. I can't figure.
Tense standoff, I believe. Flip
Yeah.
-2 speed. If my rival is cycle, I also get to draw a card. It was just so quick. He was so fast. Aiden was decisive about what he wanted to do. But it looks like partial block coming through, dropping down to 24.
First deck lands. Oh, there he is again.
All
right,
right,
so
checking a second 2 or second 3. Man,
we got to commit 2 though. We have
6, 7, 8 with +4 to our check. I think we checked a 7, right? So now we commit the Master's Pride, steal the momentum. If we want, we ready it. It's like, hey, it's like we didn't check bad at all. We're fine.
We're fine. Don't worry about it.
Looking like a classy 7 mid for 10 here. Man, it's crazy how every move Godzilla swings is just for a third of our health. Just every time. And he says, hey, there's more to come, using Godzilla for spinning that momentum, +2 more to our check. I am here to play attack cards. I'm the king of the monsters, Peak. I'm going to show you what's up.
I think we're just making some decisions here. Yep, we're gonna go for let's reduce the bonus damage a little bit. We're gonna get -4 to bring it back to printed.
Yeah, activating
And
the ability of Greater Goal after one of your foundations is destroyed. You may flip a foundation in your stage, whichever one you'd like, for an additional -2. So taking this 10 damage move all the way back down to printed of 6.
We'll go get our artillery here.
Yeah,
this is a double sleeve deck, so it's like they're like picking up these chunks. I'm like, oh, it's like a giant deck. It's like not really that big of a deck, but
right
when you have it double sleeved because you're trying to protect. It looks like we're trying to protect these really, I'm assuming really nice quality sleeves here. I want so when you or these it might be even triple sleeved. For the amount.
It could be triple sleeves, and you'd want to, right? Have you seen those Pearl Colossus swats that we're playing? They're absolutely stunning. They're beautiful. Why would you not? But it looks like we are going to make this attack land, and from here, I don't know. I mean, this is a pretty good City Rampage turn. We have checked a couple 3s here. We opted not to reuse the Master's Pride. Is it possible to give it the ghost? But he says Smashing Stomp is going to make me say no, because obviously we're going to check a 5 on this one.
Yep.
Obviously, we're due. We're due.
Obviously, we check it.
Yeah, it had to come up blackjack for us eventually. Checking 2 3s on the first 2 attacks. We were owed the 5. This one now a 5 low for another 10 coming in. Very scary. If there's another attack, Jesse, if there's another attack, this could just be a lethal line, especially with the amount of cards that exist in the hand. And it looks like Botan's coaching coming in saying, hey, I don't have a low block. Let's discard a card, redraw a card. We're going to filter a little more. Whoa, love the hand trap. Incredible. Loss of consciousness. If you had to pick right now, which card are you picking, Jesse? What's getting sealed here? Realization. Yeah.
The realization seems like the best choice, just because we're trying to make sure that if they don't have any other options. Oh, yeah, we're gonna say no and no momentum.
Love that. Hiding in plain sight here. Going in. If my rival is at desperation, I get to steal a momentum from itself plus an extra one off the top of my deck. And man, we are hitting peak very hard. Desperation is right around the corner.
Yep.
What do you think that says about? What do you think that says about us potentially not blocking this attack?
We're blocking this.
Oh man, tough spot to be in. And it goes uncontested down to 7. Redraw the card if we remember the response off of the Smashing Stomp. +1 to our check bonus. We still have access to Horrifying Realization at the top 2 cards of our deck. Potentially are another low attack. Jesse, this game might be over incredibly quickly. Looks like we're opting not to do the response, but we are thinking in the tank. Do I want... Oh, haven't left the response window yet. We just barely remembered. We were so excited to play that second card that we almost didn't get there. But with an extra card in our hand, I feel so much better playing an attack. I got 2 cards in for myself with Unyielding Destruction coming in on a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 with +3 to my check. Checks in 8. I need 1 more from you, good sir. And it looks like the Horrifying is the one that gets committed sideways. Makes total sense to me. From here, 3 mid for 11. No, 3 mid for 10. This is another 6 damage move coming in, saying, hey, you got to deal with it. And you go down to 4 foundations? Wow. What an incredible blitz here.
Yep.
This one for sure gets blocked, though, right? This is an incredibly slow telegraphed move.
I mean, it's you have to block with something, but we're just gonna take a partial. We're gonna block what we gotta block it. That's all we know. I think we're deciding now if we're gonna greater good this.
Yeah, I don't know why we would,
greater
right?
goal.
Like this is a 10 damage move. And so from here, when we partial it, we'll go back down to 2. The difference between taking and going from 2 to 3 is just so irrelevant, but I think this is showcasing that we have a high. Go for the partial here, down to 2. Jesse, if there's 1 more move.
We have 1 more attempt. We're gonna play a 5 attack string here.
Maybe our rival gave it to us. Who knows? I will say, if you are Nathan, let's pretend there is an attack card here. We play it. We check a -100. We fail out the turn. What an incredible turn 2 by this Godzilla player, dropping our rival down to 2 health and grabbing 4 momentum for our cause. Wowzers.
I don't think we have a city rampage and we're a foundation. That is what we got.
Horrifying transformation. That makes sense. Ends up checking the attack anyways. I think we're going to be opting to fail this one. This is on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What foundation are we willing to commit for this? The answer is none. It would be commit everything. I think we're going to take our 4 momentum and run from that turn. Wowzers. What a high impact Godzilla turn. Exactly what you want. Yep. The only way it could have been better is if he got the kill. Like it was just, hey, there was 1 more move and we just did it. But it looks like opting to now utilize the a Master's Pride, re-readying up 3 ready foundations, 1 card in hand. Jesse, what do you think this peak has on the crackback? 34?
34 on the crackback's gonna be a little tight. I don't think we have 34.
Tight is in cool, right? Like it's so easy and it's gonna be hey, it's need like snap your fingers, it's tight.
We need a very specific we need like the thing is like, okay, we got swap, we got swap, but we didn't check. We didn't get the good check here.
And we were honestly due for that. Playing all these swats on 6s and then not checking the 3s all the time was making me a little mad. I was a little frustrated for Nathan, truthfully. The comeuppance has occurred as a 5 low, now 8 low for 5. But because of the fact that we are stuck on this card Titan side, and the other half of peak is a flip cost, or sorry, first enhance ability, we are not going to get the extra damage associated with it, which is going to push that 34 health goal a little bit further.
Like I don't see, like I mean, if we have a lightning rod, I could sit. Maybe we can get there. We have a lightning rod. We don't have the rod. I don't think we have a line to get there.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really tough. I think, honestly, the issue is the amount of average damage that we're going to have access to on peak. I just don't like how many attacks, even if there were no blocks associated with this Godzilla, which we know there's at least 1 block that could possibly happen, right? We've got +2 to our check, and it's a floating +2 to save our skin whenever we need it. How many attacks does Peak have to play to crack this 34 health? I'm thinking 4, if not 5, in the same position that Godzilla was in last time. But we know Godzilla can block one of these. We know it's going to happen.
Yeah. I think I think you become a punching bag. I think you try not to. I think we just float the +2 to your next check, save it for when we need it. Oh, here we go. We got the lightning rod. That was part 2 of the puzzle.
Yeah, instantly paying back, not necessarily caring about the poor check on that colossal SWAT. We are going to be popping in. Although these foundations are fictitious, they are not real, and they are ready, which is going to be very tempting for this Peak to be destroying real face down foundations that are committed, ones that would normally be sticking around. If we opt to use the lightning rod enhance and build in, I think that it's going to be a little detrimental to us.
I think we should have been efficient. I think we should have been efficient and just blow up and just sacrifice the committed foundations, and that's it in this line.
Yeah, I think that we are so far behind, Jesse, that I think I might just agree with you here. Of this is a do or die, make or break, and I think every control check is going to matter. Especially, we don't know how many lightning rods are out of the deck, how many are in hand, how many are left. Checking a 2 at any point during this turn is just going to be the end of the turn. Spell true disaster here, but it really does all depend. How many lightning rods have been built? All the 3 other lightning rods could just be in the stage right now, and we'd have no idea. Yeah, Aiden knows the math. He knows what the risk is. We get to be passengers. We get to only find out what happens later on in the turn. But here it is. Lightning rod coming in for 6. Got a stun 1. +4 to my check. Rebuilding our foundations. Funny enough, we started the turn with 4 foundations over on Peak side. 4 ready foundations. We now have 5 ready foundations and 2 committed. Boy, how our stage has grown.
Yeah. I'm actually noticing one thing here. It's like obviously Godzilla has just been ramping up for like possibly a safety block in case we get stunned out completely. I'm fine with Godzilla just blowing all their momentum on defensively. It may not even end up benefiting them. Because I just want to. There we go. There's the walk on. Oof.
Yeah, this is on a 4, 5, 6 checks. Or excuse me, we've got 3 committed foundations. So this is on a 7. So let's take 4 foundations to get past it here. With the stun 1 being our first maneuver. If you notice, we did not reflip ourselves back to the damage reduction side, or more importantly, the damage pumping side. This is going to be damage that we're going to be leaving on the table here as a 6 for 6. 6 for 7 with that artillery. Dropping us down to 15. Turning our card sideways, signifying that we're probably going to be done with the turn. My question here is, how much are we allowed to rebuild? We got to have cards in hand to defend ourselves. We still need to stabilize our board to make sure that we haven't even attempts to play the game next turn.
All right, we're going to use what we got here. We got our foresight here. We got a little peek, so we know we're like, yeah, we're just going to get rid of that 2-track. We're like, nope, I'm going to go down a card and get rid of a 2-track off the top.
Man, really devastating position if you're over here as a Aiden or Peak fan. Because either way, that's going to feel bad, right? Spending the don't do this for the extra stun would be incredible to have on our board. Taking these really high impact, we call them bing bong cards, out of your hand on potent turns. But at the same time, there's another card out of our hand that we no longer get to block with, which I think is going to be very, very strong. I'm a little confused why we discarded a card and redrew a card. But that is okay. Whoa. Unfazed. 4 high for 7, 5 high for 11 inside of Godzilla with an incredible echo to be played. You have to interact with this move twice. I mean, this is just spelling lethal. 2 high blocks or bust, and then it just pays for the rest of your turn. Literally
this
one
is
more
the-
attack out of Nathan, it's game over.
Yeah, this is if I have 2 high blocks, I'm going down 2 foundations. I'm not flipping off the cart. We stay on cart here and try to block. And try to just block twice, but we have to block twice is the problem.
Yeah,
Nope,
shows
you
us
don't
we
even
got
it.
we have a low, and so that is going to be game going to Nathan with an incredible turn 2 aggressive play. City Rampage, you could hear him coming from miles away. The water shaking in your cup as the City Rampage 4 attack Godzilla pushes us down to easily clean up that game for Nathan as we push to game 3. This time Aiden has Peak going first. What do you think Nathan did there to adjust? Do you think it was just a City Rampage? City Rampage, my deck did the thing? Or do you think that there were decisions that Nathan did that highly impacted what was going on in this game plan?
I want to think that we saw Nathan just saw he had his opening on turn 2, and he just I'm gonna stick as much damage as I can in this turn, because then next turn every attack has to be stopped.
Yes,
you have to stay on Titan. You have to have the blocks for these because partials are not gonna get you there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think that it is absolutely the idea of that asymmetrical gameplay that our game is so known for. Of we are not a draw 1 game, we are a draw X game. And Nathan has had way more resources to play the game with early on, which eventually it scales out and becomes fairly even. But the really high impact, aggressive turn 2s really bode well for characters like Godzilla, and honestly, characters like Peak, which we're going to see here. Aiden getting to go first, sideboarding, knowing, hey, this is the last game of round 4. I get to go first in my comfort zone, in my wheelhouse. I'm going to make sure that I am the aggressor, and I will make sure that I get to play the game my way, unlike that nasty lizard who got to City Rampage me on turn 2 last game.
I mean, we want a 5. We want the 5 build on 1 into at least a SWAT. We can go we'd be fine with just with a lightning rod. We want the 5 build to go to 7, then probably get to 8. Yeah, we're trying to 5 build here, and that's what we're gonna mulligan for. We should be mulliganing for the 5 build, if more than anything.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the more foundations that Peak has access to, the bigger and longer her strings gets to go. And so if you have the foundations, the thing that you have to, the puzzle you have to solve is, how do I get those extra cards in my hand? Because this deck is so good at getting those foundations. And with cards like Walk the Dog and Vile Seizing to let you redraw things under the order symbol, cards like Lightning Rod and Colossal Swap, building cards into your stage, it's very easy what we can see as our game plan. But the question is, are the UniVersus gods going to give it to us? What does this first build look like? Because truly, for the first 2 turns, it's all in their hands, man. Sometimes you can eke back from what the luck the gods give us, but the first 2 hands, it's all for them.
2, 3. Got
Looking
the
good so
4.
far.
Okay, we got the 4.
I think a 4 build is totally acceptable. Not the 5 that we want, not that perfect, brilliant line, but a very clean build 4 with some very high impact cards. Greater Goal plus I'm With You is some incredible damage reduction, especially in this character. Not like this in Botan's coaching to get those Bing Bong cards out of your hand. What a high impact, viable stage that this Peak had. Does Godzilla reciprocate?
Get the 5. Hey,
Looks like the answer is yes. Yeah, great 5 build with potent foundations of our own, right? Extra foundation interaction with things like the Master's Pride and the History's Greatest Monster, a little bit of card draw with Horrifying Realization, some stat bonus and a lock breaker with the Monster Aggression. Both of these players are truly teed up that on their turn 2 to be high impact players in this game. It just depends on how much can we push. And Aiden misses, says, I don't have it build to pass. Jesse, what do you think happened here?
We did not have a lot. We didn't have a line. We don't have our redraw was on Botans. We just didn't have it. We didn't have the line, so we were like, okay, we're gonna build. We're gonna have to go. We're just gonna hope we can have Godzilla overextend on turn 2. I think it's the hope now.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that the way that we're going to get this done, honestly, is with a couple of these sideboard cards. I would not be surprised if we see our Filled with Doubts and our Runaways actually cited in this game, trying to disrupt and slow down what my rival has got going on. But Godzilla not falling for the tricks, opts to play 3 foundations that say flip to attempt to draw a card. Currently, draw 1, discard 1, and then a 4th Master's Pride coming down. I guess 4th card, 2nd Master's Pride on our stage now, to clarify my statement. As we build and then pass back, evening up our stage count. In fact, Godzilla even getting a little bit of a head here. How much aggression can Peak find if you weren't willing to play those cards last turn? What's going to make you want to play them this turn?
Mm-hmm. Like, we're reviewing Bile Seasons here. It's like we're looking for our bit. We're looking for our go wide. Like, we want our swats and we want our lightning rods.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, Aiden, off of that horrifying realization, discarded an Ice Sword. Like you just said, we reviewed a Vile Seizing. This is certainly a different tempo, a different looking Aiden from our first 2 games of the go, 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 try and kill you mentality. We're seeing a very patient Aiden, but I don't know how much it's going to pay off necessarily, because there are so many ways for Nathan to just obliterate this stage. We've got a Godzilla once per turn. We've got Unyielding Destruction. We've got so many ways to just cripple what Aiden has honestly taken 3 full turns after going first, building up. It just really depends. And there it is, Nathan saying, hey, we are down to take our time.
Yep, we're gonna just activate everything here. We're in OT. We're gonna take our time. We're gonna build out everything, and let's press all the buttons. Let's see where we're at, and then make some decisions. Because we could just, it's possible we could be doing the, yeah, I got, like, let's go. I got Rampage. We'll start there.
Well, here's the deal. We just hit overtime.
Yeah.
Nathan went second.
Yeah.
Aiden no longer can win the game. It's not possible. There is a 0% chance that Aiden gets to walk out of this with a 2-1 victory. Nathan still has a pretty significant chance.
Oh, we had the seal.
That makes total sense. Honestly, I don't even know if I would have pressed the button here. I think that as Godzilla, I think my stage is really, really good. If I have the moves, I want these cards in my stage so I can pass as many of them as possible. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I think it is a tough position to be in, especially without said momentum.
We're gonna fire off for -4 damage here. -6 total.
Yes. Currently a 4 damage unyielding, which is crazy to say after, we just resolved -6 damage over here as my peak player and was like, oh yeah, I guess I'll drop it down to 4. This was coming in as a 10 damage attack. Very scary. It might be sealed, but it still hits really hard.
Sure does. Like, I think we're just in the I want to not die situation. I mean, Aiden's just like, all right, what can I do to not go down here? Because both these players, neither of these players are XO. They are a combination of, one is 201 and the other one's 21. And
Let's go look.
If I remember correctly. So I would not want to in either of those situations, because then it means I've got to play out completely.
Yeah, Aiden right now is 2-1. He absolutely has to force this to a tie. I think if he takes a loss here, his tournament run is just actively over. It's just curtains for him. So he is on tournament life here, and Nathan is going to do everything he can to Godzilla stomp these dreams. You will not win, especially as the Swarm of Titans comes in.
Yeah, we're counting we're like, all right, where's all the bonuses coming from? We're checking everything here.
Yeah, we certainly have a ton. I will say incredible play over on Aiden's side as Peak, using that ambition of Erwin Smith to selectively commit down the hiding in plain sight. This does snap us a free momentum, a resource that Godzilla really, really wants. So very, very heads up play here as we go in for a full block, committing a singular foundation. But there it is. The handshake comes through. No more gas from the king of the monsters as we take it 1-1 draw. Incredible game from both Nathan and Aiden, understanding when I was allowed to push, when I had to pull. I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
There we go. And that puts us down. We're down round 4. We got 2 more to go here. I mean, 202 at this point. That means you got to win 2. 2-1-1. They're both on like, well, we got to win 2, our next 2 here to keep us in the running. This top 8 is going to be tight.
I don't know math. Obviously, I'm a UniVersus player, and I'm sitting in the booth not playing out with these awesome players. I hope every single one of them gets first place, no matter what their record is. But I'm not gonna double check the math to see if that is the case. Exciting games all around. Truthfully, I've really been enjoying the rate of play and how much these players are actively trying to kind of slug it out and fight each other. It's been really fun so far. So I'm excited to see what round 5 is going to bring us.
Yep. We'll be back. I'll be back next round with David Jones, and we will find something at the top tables for round 5. We'll be back soon. See you. Welcome back, UniVersus community. We are here for round number 5, and once again, it's time for a good match. I don't know, David. I think we picked out a good one for this round. We have Daniel D on Toga, and we've got Reed on the good old Nick Reagan.
Yeah,
you know
gone.
This deck, don't you?
a little bit. Although, this Air Reagan has a couple wrinkles, a couple surprise tricks up its sleeve compared to the Air Reagans that we saw in Albuquerque. So it'll be fun. It's some more of the same, but also there's it's not all the same. There's some unique flair here. And yeah, we're all done with Attack on Titan Apocalypse characters. We're going back to the tried and true. Toga 3, always been great. And a lot of people these days aren't packing stun hate. And Toga can take full advantage of players not packing stun hate. And then the only Nick Reagan in the entire tournament, not a surprise to find Nick Reagan being at the top tables. Both of these players are 3-1 currently. So set up very well to potentially top cut, but they're not quite there yet. A couple things going wrong in these last 2 rounds, and one of these players could find themselves on the outs.
I was like, we got a 2 build. We got loot box from Reed here to start off with the build. I mean, loot box is pretty. I did not like that card when it first came out. I was like, loot box is like, it's okay. And then I started playing with it, and I'm like, in other decks, and I'm like, why am I not playing this deck in every deck I can? It's so free.
Yeah, it's especially good in this deck where it's just like, hey, I want to win on turn 2, and this counts as 2 foundations. So a build 3 here, turn 2 is not out of the equation for Nick Reagan, as crazy as that sounds. Electric Moth, very good way to start. We're discarding our 6 diff. We're not quite ready to play that on so few foundations, and we get the draw. And now we're going for Reagan. We've hit a Schoolyard Smackdown. That's not going to do much here. I'm really not seeing anything other than maybe a Supersonic Flight to respond with.
Yeah, we might just be responding for the draw, and that's it. Like, because Schoolyard, you need like the commit for the cost. Yeah,
there's not much to do with Schoolyard if it's not your second attack.
We'll see what we can do here. We got. I think we have another Moth to come in with on 5.
Yeah, and this is where we want to hit that Schoolyard and get rid of our first one, or better yet, a Warp Gate into a Sniping Spy, or just find the Sniping Spy. Once again, we're discarding an attack to draw into more. I'm a little surprised that we're discarding Besiege. That seems like a really good one to play as a 3-diff.
That's a good one I would like to do to bait the cape on the string. But looks like we hit a lot of options here.
Yeah, let's see if he calls Warp Gate.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to tap that Warp Gate.
That is one of the sequencing things with Reagan, though, that a lot of players don't realize, is that Nick Reagan does not have to tell you which enhance he'll be selecting until after you play an enhance.
Oh yeah, there's some times you can play the mind game. So when I play Nick, I put a stack up, and I'll angle the 8 cards that are possible, and I'll just put the stack up, and I always put a random attack from the pile on top. And then when I go to do it, I'll pick up the pile again and go show the card I actually want. He'll be like, I'll be like, oh, he's gonna stun two move. He hit stun two. He's gonna stun two me, and then I'll go. Well, I'm actually gonna patchworks and plus a bunch of speed.
Checking the 3 here really hurts. We just missed out on a breaker
Mm.
on the block, and now Reagan gets to warp gate into whatever they feel like. If they want to extend further, it's probably sniping spy.
Yeah, I could see that. Get rid of the one that didn't that was blocked. Let's kick that from the pool here. Oh, we're gonna
But
go
it's a,
deluge.
it's a Razor Deluge. Now, this is a card that I'll be honest, I have never seen find competitive play. So I think it's cool that it's finding a home here, a little bit of sauce on this Air Reagan build. Razor Deluge says top enhance. If a card has left your card pool this turn, which the Air version of Reagan can clear card pool really well, your rival adds a card from their hand to their card pool face up and draws a card. So clog your rival's card pool. You can always hit it off of Reagan's enhance. But the bottom enhance says if your rival does not try to block this attack, they lose 1 health for each attack in both card pools. So even if Toga doesn't block, they have to try to block or they lose 3. And it baits out the cape of no return.
That I will take that trade. I'm like, Razor to lose. Oh, we had another one.
Oh, but he checks the 1. It's turn over. And he has to pick up that foundation. He's going to be staying on 2 foundations. The stream curse comes in.
Yep. This is why I don't like playing this deck. It happens way too much to me. I'm like, hey, I'm having I got 4. Like, also to note, this deck is playing sub 90 cards.
That is a very small Reagan list, and it made a lot of cuts. Like at least we have not seen lightning rods at all.
Yeah, they are non-existent. Yeah, we got there we go. You're stunned out here. Oh, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we're just launching. Now we just dig in here. Good old daggers. I think we just take the biggest. We just take the biggest.
Yeah, we just want the most speed. Give us the 3 block mod. None of the discard pile really matters too much for Reagan.
Yeah, it doesn't have this. Yeah, this build's not playing a lot of the recursion I've seen with other versions of there's some newer cards that I think that if you're playing this air build, you want to have for just recursion options. But like I said, if you're playing 100, you're playing a 80 to 90 to 100 card deck, you got to find those cards for them to matter.
Yeah.
But now we see we go get a Black Abyss, and it's like, all right, we're off to the races.
But we're building out. And we have to. I imagine at least that the Reagan probably is just going to go in again, even on only 2 foundations, because that's just what the deck does. But with a broken psyche and a pretty strong board, Toga's not in a bad position. See, we're leading. We drew the 1 check this time, checking a 3. There goes both foundations. But we are going to get to choose whatever we like as our next form, as long as it's not named Warp Gate Portal.
They should have taken the guardrails off. Just let you warp gate into warp gate into warp gate. I mean, you're playing 4/1 checks. Why not?
Yeah, here we see Sniping Spy, and a Dark Interruption, so we can make the next check from our hand, which might. I have to imagine that's the choice.
Yes. Yeah, we take a free. We know what our next check is. We have a. What is it? What's the 1/6? Polite and Well Spoken. We got to play Well Spoken in hand, so we have a way to pay for this.
Yeah,
we're gonna pass that block.
That's everything but the Broken Psyche, and I'm not sure if this Reagan's playing like Frog Strikes or Krakens, but both of those would be pretty strong right now.
anything with stun, just any like interaction with a singular, the target foundation interaction. I
Yeah.
think we're looking. I think he did the first pass through. He's like, I don't have an option for this.
Yeah, like a
But
this is another area where lightning rod could come up big. Build
yep,
2 off of our bad build, and we have stun 1 to take down the broken psyche, but with lightning rod non-existent, we're going for invisible infiltration just to get back 1 foundation.
I think we're
Or
trying.
what we could do is say, yeah, get rid of your broken psyche just for this attack.
I mean, not a bad idea. I don't say. I think the best option is for us to just refresh our own. Yeah, refresh the loop box is the best hope here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we got rid of our 6 check when we only needed to check a 5.
Hey, we need foundations. Put 1 stat. We're going to pump 1 with its own internal stat. I don't think we're Reaganing. I don't think.
Well, here it comes. Oh, we got the sniping spy. This is going to get
Okay.
pretty big. And now if we check a 5 on our next one, we could be in business with 1 in our card pool and a loot box coming back.
Put this back to 2.
Yeah, that's kind of I don't know about that timing about choosing it before you know the sniping spy is going to come down. Maybe they forgot sniping spy adds damage. But
We
yeah,
have
Toga down to
another.
16.
Like, look how many cards are removed from the game. Like, that's more than that. We're already we've already cycled. Let's see, we're at 32 cards already removed.
Yeah, here we go on a 5. We checked it, and now we're going to be at back to 2 foundations thanks to loot box. This is huge, and we get to check from our hand. And this is why I was a little confused why we went ahead and used our 6 check, is because now a 6 check on our next one would be a bigger deal. But who knows? We could just clear this invisible by hitting another sniping spy off of Reagan. I imagine we're just going for it on this turn.
You
Yeah,
got
and
it.
there's the sniping spy.
Yeah, if we have another attack already, we hit this. We go. Yep, we got to remove draw.
Yeah, it depends on what we have in our hand. Because if we're gonna be able to check from our hand, then like choosing the warp gate and then finding a sniping spy in our deck and then checking a 6 on it is not the worst option. If we don't have attacks in hand, if we have attacks in hand, we can just go ahead and choose the sniping spy.
Yeah.
But I have not really gotten a good read on what's in Reagan's hand at the moment.
Yeah, we activated a lot of. Yeah, we're gonna warp gate. We are saying we have to go find our next attack.
Yeah, it's not the scariest since we check from hand. Maybe we have another 6 check.
Go to 10.
What is the choice? Maybe we just dark interruption or maybe we do another dark interruption so that we can check from our hand again. Oh, a lethal slash. That's an interesting little wrinkle here. Some more card pool clear. It doesn't have an enhance, so it's a blank if you hit it off of Reagan, but it's another bite at the apple of removing 8 with Reagan and finding something. And we had another 6 check.
Yeah, the other 6 check. We'll draw for blitz, and I think we have another slash in hand too. I think we're like we're taking our free hit here.
And we found a dark interruption, so we can once again check from our hand. We can, for the 3rd time this turn, check from our hand if we want. Yep. That's gross.
It sure is. I love it. Like I said, there is parts of this deck. I love it. I think it's a great thing. And there are other parts of this deck where I'm like, I don't know what you're doing playing these cards. But
I think we're making this lethal right now with the death from above, I think. Yeah, we're saying +5 damage. And here it is. If it's not blocked, this is game.
Yep.
It's 5 speed. There's nothing.
Nope, we got low. We just called it. You had nothing else. And wow.
On 2 foundations.
2 foundations. Yep. Why not? Let's go. Crazy.
Yeah. What a silly character. What is Just yeah, when you can cheat the
He's
game,
like,
you
I'm
know,
gonna go
and
to sideboard. I think I'm gonna play this. I think we're gonna change characters.
oh.
Changes to the autographed Nick Reagan. Oh,
Yeah,
I
what an
know. I know it
interesting
is such a
sideboard
lost.
decision.
I know it's such a lost art in this game, but man, when sideboard characters, I there was just a point in the game where having character sideboard was so important to the overall purpose of the game. Of just like, hey, I could play this baseline of a certain character, but there's this obscure character that answers more of the problems if I just swap. And it's so much fun when those toolbox decks existed, essentially what they were.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, I really like Attuned, and I like that. I think it was how I imagined the game when I first came in as a beginner. Like, okay, I have these symbols. I play these cards with these symbols. It's more simple in that respect, and then each character has unique deck building options because their pool of cards available to them is different. But one of the things we lost in the game was characters in the sideboard because if you're playing a tune symbol cards, the character in your side basically has to have all the same symbols, the same
Yeah.
symbol combination to make it work. And so
hmm
that's something that we had to say goodbye to, basically.
I mean, I would say we say goodbye to it. I think is as we evolve with the game, having more attuned symbols. Uh, like there's definitely a situation where I know that this X character is my starting character, and that's where my line is. If by
Mhm.
not point, like I want to be able to have a sideboard where I can go, all right, I take these 10 cards in, 9 go in the deck, swap the character, take these 9 cards out. I am still a legal deck. And the deck is better for that reason, is better in that situation. I would love to have that option of just like throw people completely off their game. Like when I'm gonna go between games, I just flip my character over and I'm like, start doing everything, and then I'm like, oh, here's a new character. Good luck. All
Once
right.
again, we got the Cape of No Return, and we didn't see a Kraken. We didn't see a Kraken in Reagan because this is a very small Reagan deck. So the
No,
Cape gets to go off. Or did we see a Kraken?
no, there's no Kraken. Like we are playing a tight, efficient build. We have bare bones this deck to drawing cards and clearing cards. There is no there's like besiege is the most straightforward attack.
And that's the thing about Reagan is that most attacks in this game, you know, they do one thing powerful. They like some draw cards like Moth and some clear like Sniping Spy. But what makes Reagan so great is that he gets to combine those two things. He can play a Moth and then hit a Sniping Spy off of his character enhance and finding it. And then all of his attacks get to do everything. And remove 8 is just not a
It's not a fair cost.
yeah, remove
Like
8 is so efficient at finding it. It's very, very rare to just blank.
yeah. Like there's just some the thing. Here's my whole my. I remember talking about with Nick about his character, and I'm just like, yes, right now, if anything, I would actually consider him the first character that we would consider suspending, and then you have 2 rotations worth of existence time where we just go, okay, this all of this rotated. What is this deck down to? What are its tricks now? Like we rotate MHA 4, 4, 5, 6. Where is this deck? Okay, it's still pretty. It has this, and this. I'm like, okay, let's move on to wait, keep it suspended. Now we take out Yu Hakusho AOT 1-2. I think it would be
Yeah.
at that point. What does this
After
character have left?
yeah, this character was definitely designed for an enhanced world. That's kind of what makes it still so crazy that it's so strong. Hold on, we just built
Oh no,
that.
no, you can't do that. Uh,
That's so funny.
okay. I think he just realized what happened. He's like, oh, I that was definitely tunnel build. That was a tunnel build.
Yeah, I would like to play. You can only play 2 of those if your character's Pumat.
Mm.
But Toga 3 does not get that hidden text. So here comes
All
the
right.
warp gate portal. As long as we call this enhance first, even if they cape of no return it, we can just go find something and be okay.
Oh, really? It works like that?
Well, as long as we call the enhance.
Yeah,
And
because
then
the
they
enhance
cape.
just says you may as your next form do this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here comes the cape. I wonder if we had called warp gate before we called Nick. If we called Nick first, then that was definite wrong order. We did not. Okay, he's going to go ahead and warp gate.
Yeah. I think he went warp gate and they went pass, and then he was like, okay, let me see what happens with the bonus. Like it looks like there was like multiple draw
Mhm.
effects there.
Lethal Slash, yeah, now online. It's going to be this is going to clear or not clear, but it's going to leave the card pool after this and replaces itself. I was playing the Lethal Slash build of the Air Reagan early because it's fun with like Luna Teharis, just as another card that fuels making Luna like a 1 difficulty 9 damage throw
Mm-hmm.
in Reagan builds. That was pretty good. In the end, though, it's just fighting for spots with the 2-check. And I think that including Lethal Slash might be part of the reason why this Reagan build has excluded Lightning Rod. They didn't want to play that many 2-checks.
Yeah. This is definitely a build that where I see where it's like can be considered like the hyper efficient. It's like people could say like, oh, this is hyper efficient, but like you're still playing like almost a casino deck where it's like, hey, you're playing ones and twos, 2-checks, but you're objectively trying to close out games quicker with this line. Like I like playing the all build just because the all build has defense. You're not just sitting there like, oh, I went all in and I died. It's like I can go all in and I'm like, wow, that's a a played depth of above. That's something you don't see every day.
Yeah, he is not afraid with 4 ready foundations to just throw it out there. Yeah, that's one thing about the air build is it's definitely 0 defense. So if it's playing against a character that can crack back, then you can kill air Reagans pretty easily if they don't find it against you. It's all I mean, the best defense on the air version is just the offense.
Mm.
We,
I think we're just good.
we can
We
do
should
it.
just be drawing 2 here off the other deck from above.
Yeah, if we have a lot of gas in hand, maybe Dark Interruption, but yeah, I think
Nope.
you're
We got
right.
we just want more cards. I like that line.
Yeah, we have so many cards in hand right now. We could have a really, really strong build out after this too if we don't want to swing for it. But with a
Whoops.
sniping spy in hand, you might
No, no, no. Alright.
We could add such a good build. And now we're stuck. Here's the thing, we're stuck with those cards in our hand. We have more than 5 cards. So like if we don't have attacks in our hand right now, we're just gonna get stuck with foundations.
Wouldn't be surprised. Here comes the cage.
Yeah, Cage of Hell is not what it's going to be needing to kill Reagan early. It's a really nice setup card, but it's not known as a turn 2 card.
I think
But
more about cage. The cage is more about it's a lead that gets your stat bonuses. It passes along the stat bonuses, and it just it's just gonna go to momentum. Like here, this is doing what I want it to do, no matter what, and I will happily just start with it.
Yeah, I know it's pretty divisive among Toga players whether or not Cage of Hell deserves a spot. My brother was running it in his Toga list for a while, and he said it was like the MVP of his deck build.
I could definitely see where like, hey, we're in the situation. Like I think this deck is playing 2 of them. I think like 2 or 3 is about the number. Like if you're concerned about low blocks, play another one. What is that?
This is Connie's Incapacitating Sword Strike. If it's played as their second attack, it gets momentum, but it has to be the second attack. So perfect sequencing here with Cage of Hell into Incapacitating Strike. This is one that I've added to a lot of lists and then I end up cutting. So it hasn't seen a lot of play here, but I mean everybody plays Determined Advance to get momentum.
Yeah. Huh.
So nice momentum there. I mean, after this turn, we're gonna have like 5 momentum. We're very well set up. If we have a walk the dog in hand, we could get pretty close to lethal. We would just be a little bit off. I think he's calculating that right now. Oh, we have the sword shriek. He's gonna go for it. I don't think it's lethal though. I think it's and it's a 3 check.
Yep.
That was kind of a confusing play to me because I
Yeah.
don't see how it got above 15 damage.
Yeah. I mean, we have 15 we how much look if we like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had a lot of momentum.
Well, he had 3 momentum at the time, so that would have been
But
9 damage
9,
plus the 6 on.
that's 15.
Yeah, I don't see where it was getting the other 3. I don't see why we swung it.
Let me double check how something works here.
Unless Incapacitating Strike was giving it stats, or maybe Cage of Hell was giving it stats.
No.
That's kind of a line that I see a lot of players sometimes do is they see the opportunity to put through a large amount of damage, and it's hard to pass that up. But if it's not lethal, you have to survive your next turn. And building 3 or 4 foundations there would have made. I mean, I also understand though that this is Air Nick Reagan, and maybe your best chance of surviving their next turn is just they check a 1, and
That's true.
it's not even something that's in your control. So hey, I might as well get as much damage as I can, and then maybe you check a 1 again.
That's all right. We get to reset another foundation. All right.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's not exactly what we would like to see.
Yeah. They're not amazing plays, but they're like, hey, it's like, hey, we're ready to. We'll take it.
Yeah, and the block with the Cage of Hell. So there's the 1 block. Now, Razor Deluge only needs to be attempted to be blocked. So
Yes.
even if we fail, we're not going to burn 3.
If your rival does not try to block this attack, they lose. Yeah. It's pretty much you're trying to eat a card out of their hand. So if they have it's a high. So if they are just stuck with lows, it's not a good shape for them. Right now, this will be a 5 high for a 5/5.
Yeah.
Oh, we found warp. There's the warp gate.
We'd like to be clearing at this point, though. Warp gate will be decent, but we're gonna have to pass something on a 7.
I think that's our play, though.
But we could also just go grab Besiege. I mean,
Yeah.
Besiege would be a nice play on a 6, and it's probably no chance it gets blocked. And it will be 6 damage on a Besiege, which is lethal.
Yeah. Yeah. We go 5 Besiege.
Yeah, even if you check a 2, you're okay.
Nope. We're going to go get. We may not be another Besiege in the deck.
Yeah, otherwise that's a very interesting play. Shouldn't matter. That should just be game for Nick. Unless Toga's got like a runaway, which could be possible.
Yep.
Oh, no, a runaway, they have to lose the health anyway. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe they
lose
have
2.
something.
But stats, he's just like, yep.
So this is something you don't see every day. Round 5 of a major regional, 1 off of back-to-back Razor Deluge.
Yeah. All right. There we go. So we'll get Reed to moves on to 4-1 at this point.
That should be pretty safe. Yeah,
That's
should be able to intentionally draw.
That puts him in draw potential for round 5 and gets him in the top guts with a no sideboard, trimmed down Nick Reagan deck. I think we'll take those. That's probably that'll lock them in here with the draw as long as they don't get a pair down.
Yep. So congratulations to Nick Reagan. That'll be it for us. That was kind of a fast round there, 30 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit of a wait until the next
tired,
round.
Everybody, he's ready to go to sleep. Obviously, Tam will be back with Dave for round 6 of coverage. I will obviously be back tomorrow for Top Guts. So, but it is 3 a.m. here on the East Coast. I got to be up for work in the morning. I don't know about you, David, but I'm just gonna say my quick good night to everybody. But we'll be back for round 6 as soon as everybody gets done with this round here for you.
Yeah, don't miss the exciting conclusion of UniVersus in Melbourne, Australia. Round 6 coming up.
brush your teeth. Now it's time to brush your teeth. Now it's time to brush your teeth. It's time to brush your teeth. Now it's time to go to bed. Now it's time to go to bed. Now it's time to go to bed. It's time to go to bed. Now it's time to go to sleep. Now it's time to go to sleep. Now it's time to go to sleep. It's time to go to sleep. Now it's time to close your eyes. Now it's time to close your eyes. Now it's time to close your eyes. It's time to close your eyes. Now it's time to dream away. Now it's time to dream away. Now it's time to dream away. It's time to dream away. Now it's time for you to sleep. Now it's time for you to sleep. Now it's time for you to sleep. It's time for you to sleep. I'll be waiting for you, for you. I'll be waiting for you, to take me to you. Waiting for you, to take me to you. I'll be waiting for you, to take me to you. Waiting for you. I'll be waiting.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the last round here of the OCE UniVersus Regional. My name's Tam. I'm joined with David. Fun event, my guy. How are you feeling as we head into this last round?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, it's late at night, early in the morning over here in the United States, but I'm full of energy because these players are on a win and in. You know, win and you get all the glory and honor and privileges that come with top 8, and lose and you're out. You play in side events tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Justin in on Devil Jin and Daniel P on Godzilla, but I know, you know, that we've already seen these characters on stream, David. And so what we thought we would do is do something a little bit different by switching up and changing up the symbols. That's right, Devil Jin this time, not on Chaos, but on Evil, and Godzilla not on Chaos, but on Water. With this crazy change up, what are your thoughts? What is going to happen inside of this match, man?
That's very neat. I honestly thought that Godzilla was on Chaos. But I think Water Godzilla's got some moves. I think there's some cool things available to it. If that is the case, although I think,
yeah, a lot of cool pieces here with things like just like the first form of the game, Hungry for Fame, enhance, commit, flip, take a momentum from your momentum and add it up to your hand. What a very cool piece of technology to be found inside of this this Godzilla list. If it was so good that it could easily go to momentum, obviously I want to put it right back in my hand. And then from here, same idea, Devil Jin, our classic builds. Yeah, we've got a ton of attuned cards to make the list look the same, but with things like fighting for control that the evil symbol has access to rather than the chaos symbol, we're slowing down a little bit. We're making sure that we lost the disruption from the being able to add in things like Goblin Bolt on my rival's turn that made the chaos list so potent. And so why would we bother playing it the other way? But it looks like, I'm sorry, did we build one pass as Godzilla? We build one past. That's it. Man, our hand must be flooded with something pretty interesting, pretty severe to just...
Like we just did our turn 2 and built one past?
Our turn 2 is build a single copy of Inspiring Song and then pass. Devil Jin is now on their turn, opening up with an Attack Titans Haymaker. Wowzers. What's some neat plans for this Godzilla? I cannot wait to see what is up with that idea.
Yeah, sorry, that surprised me so much when you said Water Godzilla that I had to go and just review the list and see some of the sauce that Water's got access to, because we're just, you see Godzilla and you immediately think Water. You immediately think Chaos, and that's the same thing with Devil Jin. Both of these are typically Chaos characters being played differently. In Devil Jin stage, one of the cool things that Evil gets access to is fighting for control. So this City Rampage, if Godzilla plays a City Rampage, we can fighting for control and hack the checks for it. Might be a really, really good use for that throughout this game. But yeah, Haymaker coming in. We've probably got the blocks for it, but we'll see.
I mean, we'd have to imagine, right? We held 5 cards on our last turn as Godzilla. Something has to get through, especially with City Rampage being such a tantalizing move. It looks like opted to change this to a high tech. Love the use of the tokens. I greatly appreciate it. And there it is. There's the tech. Something that a lot of other Godzillas are not playing is we have this manifest coming. Yes, we can play it under Chaos, but I want to play it under Water because I'm going to get more access, more utilities out of it. Imagine being able to manifest in some cool attack piece and then use Hungry for Fame to just add it right back to your hand. Imagine City Rampage into Determined Advance, into an attack, into manifest, add back the Determined Advance, play it again. Man, what a crazy line.
Yeah, and we see that checked the promo moment of normalcy. I'm very impressed with the reward store and how fast they're getting these cards shipped out. That these players already have the promos.
Yeah, totally.
All over the,
What is this card? What is being added here?
this
Is
is the
this
unrelenting advance, but it's the Pearl.
mm,
No business having art this good.
yeah, it's very, very cool. Believe it is a 3 mid for 5, if I remember.
Yeah, and
And
if
so
they
now with
block
the
it, we get one.
yeah, so now with Devil Jin and the arm bar, it's a 3 mid for 5, 3 mid for 7, 3 mid for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Absolutely massive, chunking Godzilla down all the way to 23. Obviously, we're not going to be blocking that one. We don't want to put more cards inside of Devil Jin's discard pile and certainly give him an attack card. Feels very unblockable inside of this list.
Yeah, if you block it, there will be a Devil Jin does get to discard down and go and grab another attack, whatever the next attack is. I believe it's basically Ignited Arrow coming back into the game.
Yeah, Ignited Arrow, and I believe it's got some extra keywords. It might have like a powerful or something along those lines. But speaking of more
Yeah.
pearls, wowzers, teaming with the Attack Titan coming in. 8 difficulty printed move, but it gets -2 difficulty all the way down to minimum 1 for each other attack in your card pool. What a killer move for Devil Jin. Obviously, a character that stuffs his own card pool nice and full, proceeds to play out as many attacks as he can, and then it finishes his chains with teaming after teaming after teaming. Adding this in, comes in as a 7 damage move, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage teaming with the Attack Titan. Wowzers. What a crazy one.
Yeah, this is like an Attack on Titan Spotlight Devil Jin deck.
Yes, with this attack pool for sure.
It's just a bummer that Attack Titan's Haymaker did not get a Pearl variant here. We would have just straight pearls.
From there, with the plus to our check, it ends up failing, going all the way down to 10. David, one more attack, and this might be game over. I don't think we've used Devil Jins once per turn yet. It just depends on, do we have the gas to play it? We're going to find out right now. And it looks like the answer is Dark Interruption happening on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Even if we check a 5, we pass. If we check a 3, it definitely passes. Respawn Devil Jin, add it into the card pool with those Patrick babies. Checks a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That passes. We're committing no foundations.
Yeah, the baby comes in clutch. He says, "Hey, welcome to the new year."
Welcome to the new year. Yeah, I love that. But the big question is can we find enough speed to make this move unblockable? This is only a 3 high for 4.
This many attacks should not be allowed in the card pool.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Every number in our game can go infinite. I can have as many cards in any zone that I want. The freedom of UniVersus being showcased here.
I'm
Getting a
not
bit of a
exactly sure
discrepancy.
the judge. Everything went
Yeah, we're just making sure
correctly.
that it is exactly how it is. Again, if you were not here on the broadcast a little bit earlier, Devil Jin, a bit of a complex character and how his interaction works. Just explaining it to everybody at home. So the way this works is when I go to play the Dark Interruption, the card is still in the transit zone. It has not yet added itself to the card pool, but I do check my difficulty. So it's a 4 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 other cards in the card pool, making it a difficulty of a 10. And then, so from there, when I make my control check of a 3, Devil Jin sees the control check is an attack. From there, I respond with Devil Jin before the check has finished resolving, and I add it to the card pool. From there, Devil Jin checks the number of attacks in the card pool, in which this case would be +7, as I have 7 other cards in the card pool, but it does not count Dark Interruption. So instead of checking a 3, I end up checking a 10 and then redraw. The difficulty on the Dark Interruption does not count for the Patchwork Baby, because it was not in the card pool whenever we asked the Dark Interruption to figure out what the control check value is. It's still in the transit zone, but in order to figure out what we have to check in the first place, It's
But
not
they
there.
made what was interesting is they made Devil Jin tap one for that, but I don't think they should have had to tap one for that.
I fully agree.
Yeah, that was on a 10. They checked a 10. But not every day you get to check a 10. And they can check from their hand on this
True.
next one. They could go on and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If they check a 5 from their hand, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, they're one off. Well, teaming, just throw a teaming out.
Yeah, just throw a
Check
teaming.
from-
Easy.
Yeah,
Easy.
yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like second block coming in, that second manifest. Gaining 2 health all the way back to 12 health. But here's the big deal. We played that incredibly offensive string, and now Devil Jin has a completely readied stage, ends up checking a 3.
We could make that a 1. We could make that
it a 1, but maybe we just let Godzilla sit in it. But it looks like, I mean, we're gonna let it pass. I mean, we just checked an 8 off of this new action that the Godzilla players got access to in the lead. 1-6 checks a 6, grabs extra cards for momentum. The key to Water Godzilla, I think, is the attack that we have in our card pool right now, Dual Needle Lunge. Tell me about this one, David.
Yeah, it's going to go to momentum, and now that can fuel some cool echo attacks like Unfazed, which I wouldn't be surprised if that gets played. But no, we see the Kraken. But yeah, it can Godzilla give bonuses to our checks, echo things like Unfazed. We blocked with a Fighting for Control, or was that added to our stage, or was that added to our card pool somehow? Oh, I imagine we just used our other Fighting for Control. I see. That's why we're committed.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Using the fighting, we did block with it on the first move. That's why we're still at 31 or 35, excuse me. But it looks like Kraken coming in to commit down the sacrifice for the cause, freezing that foundation. Although I will say I would be very, very nervous if I was Daniel. We paid 3 health to not have that dual needle lunge land, and we're going to be going back into turn. If this gets even remotely, even partially blocked here, I think I'm in a bad position if I am a Godzilla fan sitting at home.
Yeah, it was a use it or lose it. If we didn't use the Fighting for Control, it would have got tapped down by Chimera Kraken.
100%. And so I love the call of forcing the extra commit cost, especially with it trying to come back into my forcing it to come back into my turn with as many of Godzilla's foundations committed as possible. It looks like another block coming in. It checks a 4. And it is going to end up failing, taking the 10, dropping us down to 24. Second momentum.
Yeah, are you surprised we didn't snap the dual needle lunge back to our hand?
I think that our goal here is to have as many foundations as possible up and ready. But with that said, it is a little difficult to push through. I mean, this is a 9 damage move. Let's pretend we did add the dual needle. That's another 9 damage move, but I'm playing it very late in my chain after committing an additional resource. I'm doing 18 to a 24 health to Devil Jin. I think I'm just not allowed to commit the foundations. If I'm going to attempt to block the singular attack, I am hoping that that Devil Jin throws.
Yeah.
We're praying for that 5 hand size issue that plagues this character.
I just think if we play the dual needle lunge and just check straight 5s, there's a chance you can kill Devil Jin and not have to worry about it. But it would require straight 5 checks.
It certainly would. But using the Mega Burst to pop its damage all the way up to 11 here. And it looks like we are trying to decide +2 to our next check. We have another attack. Is it going to be lethal? Is it going to be enough to trigger, to make a game 2 happen on this turn? Will the King of the Monsters beat Devil Jin? That is a question we have to ask.
Yeah, this gets to 13. What could possibly deal 13.
I mean, the real answer, I think, is just a from inside this list. I'm seeing Smashing Stomp could potentially draw us an additional card. Besides
Yeah,
that,
see,
I'm
my
not
my
seeing
thinking is
13.
we could have snapped the dual needle lunge, played the dual needle lunge. If you check a 5, you check it to 7, and then it goes to momentum, and then you play the mega burst, check a 5, and then you dual needle lunge, get the bonus to your check, and then you play this, and now it's lethal.
But looks like Falling Angels Revenge is going to be coming in. This is only 5, 6, 7, 8 with +4 to our check. Check's a 9. It's a 9 damage attack. This might just be dropping us down to 4 health, grabbing us some extra momentum. And it looks like we're going to take it and run. What an incredibly aggressive game. 9 health to 4 health. 9 for Godzilla, 4 for Devil Jin. Question is, David, do you smell blood in the water?
I mean, almost absolutely. I think we, not to keep harping on it, but I think we had to have picked up the dual needle and gone. If that was our plan, was not to build out. I think we just had to say, well, sometimes I just need to check 5s and win.
That's fair, but also hindsight being what it was, we had to connect with a move in order to utilize our ferocious attacker to then redraw a card. I don't think we had that Fallen Angels Revenge in our hand whenever we started this turn. And so we kind of fell into that idea. And
I see.
It's possible that we were one attack too late because of that full block on the first attack. It says that we can't activate the line quick enough, but it looks like 2 attacks is going to do it.
6,
5, 6, 7, 8. Checks a
well, it was on a 7.
5,
so
6, 7.
6.
Checks a 6. We need 1 more.
Yep.
And committed. Incredible. I mean, if there's a 1 more that we want to have committed, I mean, it's definitely capture the target, right? As long as I have 3 attacks in my card pool, I get to re-ready it back up. Feels very good.
Yeah, are those 2 cards over by the phone? Are those momentum or foundations? I think it's momentum.
They are momentum. So
this should this should be game.
Yeah, this card having stun 2, EX2, powerful 2. It looks like we are going to go ahead and cash it in for a bit of extra speed. Currently a 9 mid for 3 with Devil Jin's ability to add in a little extra bonus. Not to mention Patchwork Baby's ability to give damage based on the number of keywords in the card pool with all the stun and the fury and the titan. We're going to be going +2 to our next check. What Hail Mary could we possibly have here Underwater Godzilla? The clutchest referee jury of all time?
Well, you still die, right? I mean, we're at 9, aren't we?
We are at 9.
We're not the ones at 4. Yeah, maybe a referee jury. I mean, that would be a big reason to play water.
Dark Interruption coming in probably has the most unique keywords to then play around the referee jury. Man, if we had it, it would have been very, very solid. But it looks like a second copy of, I'll find it, Finally Free is going to be the thing that closes out this game, not the referee jury inside of our hand. Justin in with Devil Jin taking down game 1.
Yeah, there it is. Evil Devil Jin using a attack that Chaos doesn't get, which is Patchwork Baby. You get all of those keywords that you're stuffing into your card pool, and those are all going to be damage for Devil Jin. So even if Godzilla did have the referee jury, Devil Jin gets the damage pump from Face, gets the damage pump from Patchwork Baby, gets the damage pump from Powerful 3. It could very easily be played around.
Yeah, totally. But that is not what Justin decided to do. He wanted to showcase just how large his moves could get. He pressed every single button on his attack. Rightfully so. I wanted to see the big number. 15 is a sick number to turn this Patchwork Baby into. The card looks so cute, adorable, and not scary at all. So, when you sit across from, it's a cute little baby, and then you go, wait, it's 15 damage? Wait, 15 big ones? Very scary stuff. If you're in Daniel's position, what's the adjustment you need to make to take home game 2 and 3?
Just Devil Jin's not really playing too much defense over there. Just you're going first. I was a little confused by the lack of aggression on the Godzilla part earlier on that turn 2. You said there was a build 1 pass on turn 2, and that is a little confusing to me. Even if we're looking down the barrel of a fighting for control, I would still like to at least force them to press the button.
Yeah, I think the answer there was, I think we were a little action flooded. I think we had a singular attack, double manifest city rampage. And so
Yeah.
playing the city rampage into the attack with a singular attack in hand and trying to just roll cards off the top with the manifest does not feel incredible. And also, if I play an attack and then I manifest, I lose the attack and I get to draw the card. Sure, I get the guaranteed momentum, but it just felt like there one more attack card. Maybe we could have gone in, but the hand just said, hey, you've got 4 very good cards. You need a 5th one to turn this from a good hand to a critical game-ending potential hand.
Yeah.
But we just didn't find it. So we did what we could. We built the 1 and then proceeded to pass. The thing that I do think is interesting is on the defensive turn for Daniel, we opted not to play the block with the manifest and then play the manifest to get the momentum, redraw a card, and then block with a new card that we found. It was just, we decided to block manifest. And I wonder if snapping an extra momentum on my rival's turn meant that I was allowed to do the play that you wanted to do, which was, I've got the momentum to increase my check to then pick up the dual needle and then play it again. Oh, you know what? We actually had 4 actions in our hand because we had an in the lead that we had attempted to play.
Right?
Yeah. So it was 1 foundation, 1 attack, 4 actions. But I mean, that's the cost for playing such an action heavy deck in your 6 hand size characters. Sometimes you break a little bit. So I mean, we are over here saying the build 1 pass was not very good, and the build 1 pass was all we were allowed to do.
It might be, and that is the deck building cost of playing city rampages in a 6-hander. Is that it's Godzilla's card, and most Godzillas play it. I tend to think the city rampage is a little more potent in 7-hander aggro, where running the actions isn't such a heavy deck building cost. And then we saw the Godzilla was playing the 1 difficulty action, the manifest action. So it's definitely an action heavy deck. And we see a referee jury in hand right now. So we've seen 4 different action cards.
Yeah, 100%. Love this line, the new addition from the Attack on Titan Apocalypse set, killing the old ways. First form flip, selectively commit one of your rival's foundations. Who needs Kraken when I just have Chimera Kraken in my stage? Sure, it doesn't freeze, but if I'm just going to, find an entire 34 damage on turn 2, I don't need to be frozen for your next turn. You won't have one.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Too bad of one. We just have to remember it's first form. Yeah, and we take down whatever best piece they have. So here comes.
Speaking of Kraken, City Rampage into the Kraken. It checks a 5 on both, and it is A-okay. I love Justin slamming his cards over. It's like, hey, you're going to touch him. You get to pick. You read them. Fine, whatever, man.
It's got to be killing the old ways, right? Like,
I mean, it's either that or the Titan's Pursuit, depending on how scary we think momentum generation is in this Devil Jin list. We've won the game last time with a Patchwork Baby EX and powerful. Imagine, that I fully block their move and they get a little bit of extra value on it. It seems very scary. Looks like the partial block coming in with a horrifying realization. Going to be taking 5 big ones, dropping from 35 all the way down to 30. But here comes a Mega Burst to clean up the rest of this stage. Comes in with stun 2, 5 mid for 5. Now a 6 mid for 9. Wowzers. Still haven't committed any foundations. Playing a bunch of 5 diffs. Wowzers. So strong.
Yeah, a little surprised seeing Mega Burst on the Godzilla side and not on the Devil Jin side, where we're used to seeing it.
Yeah, wrong symbol though. You were just not allowed to play that one. Why would we play Mega Burst when we've got Patchwork Baby? Those absolutely beautiful promo exclusive New Year's Patchwork Babies.
Yeah, the Godzilla in this hand has the one difficulty action that adds a momentum to hand. So it's going to be hard for us to brick this next turn. We're definitely a whole lot better off than last game and pretty well set up for next turn.
100%. But if there was a character that got to break walls for free, it is Devil Jin, especially opening up an Attack Titan's Haymaker for mid for 5. Has a very potent blitz that says you can only block it with cards with difficulty. You cannot block it, with cards difficulty 2 or less. And I got to tell you, if I'm Godzilla and I've got a City Rampage turn happening, do you know how many 2 difficulty or less cards are left in my hand after I'm done? The answer is none. I played every attack I possibly could.
This feels a little. What do you think about this, referee Jerry? This feels a little early to me against Devil Jin.
So I think there's 2 thought process here, right? I've got the foundation to pay for the if my rival plays an enhance, get to commit one of their foundations. And so it's potentially with the combined committed and frozen card from the Chimera Kraken plus the commit ability from the referee jury, it might be that I am attempting to spook off what the onslaught could be from this Devil Jin, but Haymaker is going to take that option completely off the table. Actually, it doesn't. I will blitz. From there, I declare stun 2. When it gets declared, I get to respond with referee jury to then commit your last foundation. So a bit of a sequencing thing there, because when the referee jury checks that you played the ability, not that the ability resolves. So at the colon,
and I think they missed
colon. Again, our game, the beauty lies in its complexity and where you can weave, dive, and move. And this is just a bit of a, how am I supposed to navigate my turn? What does the actual game sequencing look like? But for everybody at home, very neat trick that you can do. Or trick's a wrong word. Cool kick flips that you're allowed to do. Sadly, we are not allowed to block with this card. And so from there,
well,
I'm
that
sure
was the we tried to block the Haymaker with the
yes, we attempted to block the Haymaker with a 0 difficulty card, but it looks like Besiege coming in, potentially trying to clean this game up. Checking an attack, totally fine as we add it in, redraw a card, and man, this is going to be an absolutely stacked attack. If we thought blocking was hard before with these Attack Titans Haymakers, it's going to be impossible now with this Besiege in our card pool.
Yeah, this one's going to get huge. 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Oof,
Yeah,
big. But it looks like we've got an in the lead coming in, lifting a momentum back to our hand with the added bonus of a little bit of a damage reduction. I believe it's -2 damage.
Yeah, that's something. Kind of make sure that we start off strong with an attack on our next turn. We just have to
excuse me. It's minus damage equal to the card's block modifier. So yeah, it is going to be Chimera Kraken, which is -2 damage. So up to 11. Love the remove from game pile being underneath the deck. I've never seen that before. I see it a lot of time, like turn sideways underneath the discard pile, but it being underneath the deck, I think is really interesting.
Until it gets Nick Reagan sized.
Correct. Yeah, Nick Reagan, not a character that's allowed to do that one. That's for sure. Very funny to visualize going from one bottom to the other.
That's gonna end the turn pretty much. I mean, we can't exactly get a build out with that many in our card pool, but very successful. We're at least telling the Godzilla, hey, you have to kill me this turn.
So from here, 21 health over on Devil Jin's side, 4 ready foundations, but honestly, no real disruption in sight. if we can just find the gas and pass our checks, which Godzilla's very good at doing with this extra momentum, I think it's all going to be based on this first check, and it fails. It is a 3 check. We're going to be committing foundations. Very, very scary.
Yeah. We can at least get a couple more off, I think, between the check hacking plus inspiring song.
Oh,
Plus
and History's
another-
Greatest Monsters. I didn't see that one was in the stage. Buying itself back after you play a 5 difficulty gets to re-ready itself once per turn. It's like we checked a 4, David. We're fine. I'm over here being doom and gloom. We checked a 4. It's totally chill.
Yeah, and we'll never have fear of checking bad for at least the next couple attacks. The only thing
Yeah.
about the water Godzilla is it feels like it's really suffering from lack of card draw. And so that's why I think the Godzilla players trying to play those actions that add the momentum to hand is to kind of overcome that. And we see a lot of other Godzillas playing like short-lived promotion to turn themselves into 7-handers before the start of the turn. I think Calvin was playing that in his Godzilla list, even on Chaos because it's water attuned. But I think we have a couple Krakens in hand. Maybe, yeah, it looks like 2 Krakens in hand with this dual needle lunge. I'm not sure that's going to be enough unless we can find a way to get one more.
Yeah, especially with the block coming in. But I will say Kraken going to be pretty impactful here. Committing out of the best, committing and freezing the best resource. The answer is probably, I mean, it's just the Aaron's determination, right? I mean, it's +1 damage on everything. It gets extra mill options inside the discard pile. But I would be very afraid because we do have this, double checking the name. It is Killing the Old Ways is going to be back online next turn because Kraken cannot freeze a card that is already committed.
Yeah, and so we will get the selective committal. Yeah, so 1 more Kraken in hand, not really a way to draw. So I think our hopes of killing this turn are pretty much dashed, but double Kraken is pretty good defense too.
Certainly is. Certainly is. And it looks like that is where we're going to be headed. On a 6, checks a 7 due to a pump of stats with Godzilla. Let's commit down a couple extra resources. Again, our goal here is to try and disrupt the Devil Gen as much as possible. It is not about damage on the board at this exact second, although we do land the move, dropping Godzilla all the way down to 12.
Yeah, and here we have to decide what are we going to build. I think we're, if we go for the weapon clash, we can always Inspiring Song and turn that into a face down that we can then say for -2 damage. So between the 2 frozen foundations on Devil Jin's side plus Inspiring Song being able to give Devil Jin -1 to his check, it's not the worst spot as Godzilla, but Devil Jin can definitely still power through.
Yeah, I totally agree. My big thing here is Devil Jin did not review. I would be so afraid if we were our Godzilla player. My heart would sink because it was a good one and it looks like it is a patchwork baby. Again, an incredible finisher, now showcasing how good it is as an opener. Stun 2, 3 mid for 1, innocuous stats at first, but boy howdy does this baby grow.
Yeah, but before between Killing the Old Ways and Patrick Baby, there goes the entire stage for Godzilla. That's it.
So
we can
from
give
here-
+2 to our check, but this card has EX3 on it, so
I think this all by itself is going to find the 9 damage because of +2 from Devil Gen, +2 from the armbar. We haven't even given the stats from Patchwork yet. And as you said, we do have access to EX and Powerful, but there it is, +4 damage. Do we have the referee jury to reset it? We have to do it right now if we're going to.
Mhm.
The answer is, I don't know if I would spend both momentum on this.
Yeah.
He says, let's increase the speed. He said referee jury or bust. I'm on, you gotta have it. And it looks like the answer is I don't. And the fist bump comes out. Holy cow, what a swift and decisive 2-0 by Justin in on Evil Devil Gen. Wowzers.
Yeah, a very neat symbol. I really like the patchwork baby here with being able to clog the card pool selectively. I think that's a very neat idea to be throwing out.
Yeah, I actually really liked I really liked both of these players' decks, showcasing that although the Chaos symbol very potent in the times of Attack on Titan, it is okay if you play decks that are not the 6 symbols from the Apocalypse. Evil as our primary symbol on Devil Jin, Water as our primary symbol on Godzilla, and both these players a respectable score. Just because Daniel did not win the game this time does not mean he was not in contention for the running. So again, congratulations to both these players, but a little more congratulations to Justin for squeaking this one out.
Yep, and this will almost assuredly get him in. I don't think either of these players are 100% guaranteed. This gets, let's see, down to table 6. JD gets
Doing a
all the
little math
way.
here.
He'll be up to 4 and 2. It's going to ride on some tiebreakers. And for those of you at home, we still have 30 minutes left in this round. We are going to be saying goodbye for the night in just a little bit. You'll have to wait on pins and needles and refresh your UGN page to see if this evil Devil Jin does make top 8. 4 and 2 puts him in the running, but nothing is guaranteed. We'll have to see how the rest of the event shakes out. But with that said, I had a really good time tonight. I very much enjoyed the show that the Melbourne players gave us. I thought there were some really interesting decks, some fun rounds that happened, and I'm very much looking forward to coming back tomorrow for top 8.
So with that, thank you all for watching. I do greatly appreciate it. We will catch you all tomorrow, and I wish you well.